Once it actually goes up, it's probably up. Hi, I'm doing editing. I'm drawing pieces so I can animate them for this video. This is going to be my big editing week. I really want to finish this anime openings video I've been working on in some capacity for like 19 months.
Cool.
Piff is also here on his stream at twitch.piff0 or however you twitch. It's Piff0.
It's
P-I-P-H.
Piff0.
And Piff just got asked a question.
Yeah. Can you help me think of funny creatures for a dungeon crawler I'll be running for a friend? Jello's question initially for that was very poignant. What's your theme?
Yeah, and big encouraged to ask questions on this because I'm not going to be looking at chat religiously, but I would also like to answer things.
I'm also super free to, like, maybe I should just pull up your stream, pick out some good ones.
Yeah. I am going to be making a papercraft stage. Hope this one won't get taken down. Yeah. So if you ever notice that we did a stream and it's gone, the reason for that is because some part of it got copyright issued, and for whatever reason on this channel, if we have any stream that has copyright issues and we keep it, it like causes copyright issues for later streams. So we just delete it. We're like tired of dealing with it. And it was someone's birthday. Hello, birthday. Editing my first film ever. What's your film about?
I had to get the answer for the previous question. The game is meant to be a Dark Souls theme, but wanted to be getting wackier with it. Basic enemy types so far are like bone chimeras.
Okay. Big ol' upside down skeleton where its pelvis is stylized like a mask. Like the two holes in the pelvis are the eye holes. And it walks around on its hands.
Mm.
There's a creature. Give me the assignment and I don't miss. How am I settling into Canada? It's alright. We found a grocery store we really like that's independent, which is cool. But holy fuck, it's so expensive. It's not even like ritzy, it's just independent, so all their prices are a little higher. And we didn't even buy very much, but the last time we went there, it cost $370.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's like for a week's worth of food?
That was the hope, yeah.
Okay.
But like, to be honest, I kind of always underbuy. Yeah, we don't know why it costs that much, to be honest.
Even for where you are, that seems pretty high.
Yeah. Like, we only bought, like, 4 things of, like, meal, like meat. And I guess we bought some frozen burgers, too. And those are Canadian dollars. So that's only, like, 250 USD. It's a little more than that. It's like 265. But that's a lot, you know? That's a lot.
Yeah.
And like I'm a wealthy filthy, but yikes.
Appreciate the ideas, but I feel like some of the enemies should not be bones.
Oh, okay.
Another person in chat named said an NPC named Loathsome Piss Drinker. Named after the dung eater from the
Yeah, I got it.
Game. Yeah. Slimes.
I'm the happiest of bappies. I'm 18 now. Congrats.
Yeah, monster ideas.
Becoming 18 years old. New monster idea.
Yeah. Oh. Man.
What is Piff saying? Someone asked if Piff had any suggestions for a, what was it, tabletop dungeon crawler a la Dark Souls?
Yeah. So far we got slimes with bones. Might be not what we're looking for. Less bones. Remove bones. Boneless slimes.
So you already got bones. Just do every part of the body. Have just like, have big blood themed slimes. So they're like plasma. And some of them are white blood cells, and they'll eat you. And if they get on you, they remove status ailments, but also they'll kill you if they stay on you for too long.
That's pretty cool that you have like basically a parasite that'll take all of your ailments, and once that's done, they start taking your HP. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any ailments in your system, but could be something to consider.
I do like, this is my favorite one so far, Walking Poison Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing Soulsborne, I watched Amy play Bloodborne for the first time when we were traveling on our move, and I watched Jay zoom through Dark Souls because he's like speedrunner good at that game. I think he zoomed through it completely unopposed until Ornstein and Smo, who stopped him for like an hour, and then he finished the game after that. But yeah, like that one I didn't really get to absorb. I was more looking at the mechanics, and then with Bloodborne I was like, wow, yeah, no, this has a very distinct style that everyone talks in and all the dialogue is written in.
I really want to play Bloodborne.
Do you not have a PS4?
No. Well, actually, that's actually the one console I might... Yeah, I do have that. Okay.
What?
Sorry, I thought, like, usually I don't have any consoles in that. Like, I have a PlayStation 2, a PlayStation 4. I do not have a 3, I do not have a 5. So actually it was just, like, almost knee-jerk reaction. I don't really have, like, console things. But yeah, I do have 4, surprisingly.
Pangolin, but all the scales are gross long fingernails. I mean, I think that's a good design if you want to be disgusting.
Piff hates odd-numbered consoles. True, true. That is why I like the cube.
Hi, Jello. Hi. Oh, you're a Mr. Puzzles guy. I say. That's not condescension. It's like, it's fear.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
It's the guy it's like the Tumblr Sexy Man TV guy I play in something.
Oh.
And people like him. End thought. No, I'm not one of those, I swear. You can be into whatever you want. I will scooch away. We just recorded some more puzzle stuff for a big thing, which was interesting because I don't have a setup right now, so they had to get me into a studio.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. It's okay. You're fine. Yeah, Flair, it's very funny how much you hate Mr. Puzzles because he looks like a webcomic character that you like, and you're like, they stole his design. It's like, I don't know. Like,
So
it
what
is.
kind of
Go ahead.
level of questions are you looking for? Because I just looked over at them and I just see, hey Jello, mustard or mayo?
I mean, deeper than that, preferably, but,
Alright.
mustard. Mayonnaise immediately ruins anything it touches. Mayonnaise is an unremovable condiment. Like, if you get pickles or tomatoes or something, or onions even, on a sandwich and you didn't order it and you didn't want it, you can take that off. If they put mayonnaise on your sandwich, you need a new sandwich. Mayonnaise, it's like a super fluid that just appears and coats things on all sides like mold. I hate it so much.
Whoa.
Mayo haters are so dramatic. You live in a world where everyone puts mayonnaise on your sandwich and ruins it. We got food from somewhere because we're like still figuring out the area and ordering food. And I was like, it doesn't say if they have mayonnaise on this or not on the ordering website. So I'm going to put no mayonnaise, please, on it anyway, just in case. And then I'm going to get something that does have all its ingredients listed. And that won't have mayonnaise, I'm sure. And then both of them came with mayonnaise on them. It is an ongoing plague of a condiment. And it does nothing for the sandwich. It adds no flavor. It just makes it slick. Like, if you want a wet sandwich, you can put so many other things on it. You could put chutney. You could put any kind of condiment. Even, like I don't like any white condiment. That's not on purpose. That's just how it shook out. I don't like sour cream. I actually hate sour cream. But, like, at least sour cream, I'm like, ew, I don't like that, but it's a flavor. Mayonnaise is just wet. It's wet now. Did you want it wet? Hate mayonnaise. I missed hearing Jello's rants about whatever the fuck in my ears. Yeah, Jeremy Icon from Code Leoke. I look at you. Let's see. How do I look at every comment you've ever made?
Oh, jeez.
No, you look normal. You look normal. Oh my god. Jeremy. What's my least favorite thing? Greed. I feel like that covers pretty much all of it.
Fair enough.
It's a good, like, if I had a genie wish, thought this out, my genie wish would be that the more wealth and resources a person has at their disposal, magically they are compelled to be more altruistic. So like if you have like $1 million, you'll immediately like want to give that away and redistribute the wealth to people who need it. And I think that would solve like 40% of the world's issues. Second wish is that humans can generate an infinite amount, like it would take a while. It's like a small stream. Clean water from their hands. Just a little bit. Because that'd be a cool power, and it would also, you know, solve water problems. And then third wish is that I could sleep correctly. Look, I get one for me, okay? The other two are altruistic.
Not even to just go be like, alright, I fix all of my physical ailments so I can sleep. You're just like, no. Sleep.
I didn't want to say the specific wish. The specific wish is that I can turn myself off and on whenever I want, like a robot, and also I never get tired. So I don't need to sleep at all anymore if I so choose not to. But if I'm like bored and just kind of want to like, you know, reset the day, which I imagine you would if you could never sleep, then I have the option to be like, I would like to sleep exactly 6 hours and I will wake up perfectly refreshed. Thank you for the Leighton streams. It's one of my favorite series, and seeing it appreciated makes makes my day. I read that right. Ugh, I'm hungry again.
No.
I could ask Amy to bring me up some of the spaghetti I made earlier.
Amy, please. The spaghetti.
Dust my wets.
The spaghetti is so slippery. The meatball just fell off.
Are you doing the Brennan Lee Mulligan?
Yeah.
Okay. No, my spaghetti. What is being edited? This is gonna be the title card for one of the sections in this graphic design based video about anime openings that I'm making. This is the section about theming. I want it to be like an old-timey puppet show. So I'm making the curtain. And then I'm gonna put all this shit in After Effects and animate it to make a title card. I like how this stream is good and not bad. Thanks. The reviews are in.
I love how this is good and not bad.
I wish I got to say that more often. Man, I have been playing Persona 5 for Amy, and oh, it's gonna be rough the first time someone asks her about it.
Am I going to get an earful?
I don't know. I think it... Amy gives earfuls about either, like, things that are pretty popular and undeserving of their stuff, but I think most people kind of know Persona 5 is stupid. It's just fun. And she has a lot to say on things that are complicatedly bad. I don't think Persona 5 is complicatedly bad. I think it is just really poorly written. And she keeps finding new things that are, like, terrible. And to be honest, the reason I didn't notice them is halfway through the game, I stopped listening to the cutscenes because I was annoyed by how many there were and how nothing they say. Marquee Tool, my beloved. I love...
So...
Go ahead.
The other day, well, like a week ago, I was just like, hey, what... I've never played the Persona series. What order should I play them in? Like, what should be my first game? And I assumed somebody would just come in and be like, this is the version of the games that are good. But there's so many people who have so many different opinions on which one to start with and which version. It is fascinating.
I mean, I actually wrote a big document on the differences between Royal and the base version for Persona 5 after I finished it the first time. I do think that if you never owned P5, you should just get Royal. It is better. I know nothing about 4 Golden or any of the P3 versions, though from what I've heard, it kind of sounds like the new version of P3 is a downgrade in a lot of ways. Like, they had that, they had that P3 portable version, which I assume is for, like, the PSP. And that one, like, added, like, a girl route and a bunch of other shit. And then for this new one where they're like, we're voice acting the whole thing, we're getting a new cast, they were like, we're building it off like the original build and not the improved build, which seems very strange to me.
Yeah. That's actually my entire thought. We're just like, oh, they're doing like a complete like new re-release of 3, or whatever the protagonist you get to play as, like different gender protag. And I'm like, oh, I'm really looking forward to that. And they're like, no, you can't play as lady. I'm like, what? But I've heard that's like the best one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually shocked when I don't go there. I don't care about P3, but I was really surprised to hear that because I was like, "What? Didn't people love that and say it was the best version?" Okay.
Cynical side of me immediately goes, I wonder if they did that to specifically have an excuse to have another version released.
That's what Amy said the instant we found out. She's like, "I bet they're fucking doing that shit."
So I'll continue to wait, I guess.
Portable isn't as great as people say it is. It changes very little, and what it does change is that it adds dating a child and undoing a major character death. Okay, fair to hear a different opinion. Again, I don't go here. I do think it's weird that they didn't keep the girl route, though. That's very strange. That's like, can you imagine if they, when they did the remake of Pokemon Gold and Silver, you could only play as a boy? Like, that would be weird, right? Because it's like, yeah, we got Pokemon Gold and Silver original, and you can play as a boy, and you got Crystal, where you can play as a girl if you want. Oh yeah, Soul Silver and Heart Gold. We fucking killed the girl. You can't play as her. I think that's odd. New routes are gonna be DLC. Come on, money. Maybe the Persona studio should like make more games that are new instead of just re-releasing the same 3 for 8 years.
Well, they did make Persona 5 at some point. Even though that is still just basically a re-release of the previous games, because it is still the same general story vibe and game mechanics from the previous ones, just with different characters and a slightly skewed story.
What I'm saying is, like, you got Persona 5, and then it's like all this spin-off stuff. It's like now you can play Persona 5 Arena and Strikers and Persona Q, and it's like, hey, this would be so cool if it were like a franchise where I play it because I like the characters. Your Persona, your characters are terrible. I don't know how to tell you this, guys. Your character writing, not the draw of your franchise. Someone's saying I really like the Shin Megami Tensei games. The writings hit hard in those. I've heard Shin Megami Tensei is a much more respectable franchise, and also that and Persona 2 are actually well written. I'm never going to touch Persona 2 for sure, because I think even Persona 4 looks unplayable to me. How much...
I do love the sentence. Jello is right, however. Persona fans absolutely love the characters.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it must make them a lot of money. I guess... I remember... So, again, I consume Persona 4 through, Farah. That young girl from the current season of Great British Bake Off. Farah. I consume Persona 4 through, like, parodies and people talking about it, and I remember being, like, seeing, like, a lot of, like, oh, who's best girl discussion, and I, you know, looked at it, and I was like, I don't think I understand, but, like, I haven't played it, so surely one of them must be best girl, and I remember, I played Persona 5, like, last out of the people in our friend group who played it immediately, so, like, Aram played it right away, Will played it right away, someone else did too. and they were all talking about it, and I was like, so who's like the best, who's best girl, because that was the big discussion piece, and they were like, no one's the best girl, they're all bad. And I was like, oh, that's funny. And then I like looked at Persona 5 and I played it, and I was like, no, they're right, no one's the best girl. Like, Haru's the best girl, but they didn't put her in the game, and she's not the best girl by like enough. And then I looked back at Persona 4 and I actually watched some cutscenes, and I was like, oh yeah, no one's good. What are they talking about? It's like a old school Evangelion fans. Old school Evangelion fans debating which 14-year-old they think is sexier, Rei or Asuka, and I watched it and I was like, I'm sorry. What are you doing? These people are awful. Like, it's so weird because like I'm so used to anime fans being kind of gross about like children and teenagers, but like at least like those teenagers will be like sexualized and shitty. So if you're like a stupid cum brain person, it's like, oh, that's the teenager I want to kiss. But like in Evangelion, everyone's awful, and I'm like, why do you want to kiss any of them? Yeah, it really is. You people have been doing this for 20 goddamn years. Haru's best girl, but like I'm biased. So the only out of your party members, like On's not good enough and Makoto's not good enough, like to even consider. Haru is cute, but she's not in the game. And Futaba is actually the most interesting character, but she's like 4 years old and your surrogate sister. So like you are not allowed to think of her that way. I don't know. It's very rare that I play a game and I have like, I don't know, strong waifu war, or watch a show and have strong waifu war flavor opinions on it. Like, I just don't get it.
It is very funny. Same. I think I had to spend a lot of time thinking to be like, out of anyone in any show, who would I even call waifu? Just one. Pick one. Pick the best one. I had to sit there for so long, and I'm like, Millie from Trigun.
That's a good pick. She's good.
The rapport she has with
Meryl?
Vash is
Vash. Yeah. Yeah, Millie's my favorite character. Do I prefer Harry Dubois or Kim Kitsuragi? You have to pick Kim. Like, I don't care if you're, like, into dad bods and, like, divorced energy boys with Harry Dubois. Like, Kim is just... Harry Dubois is hilarious in, like, I'd never want to be around him way, but he's a fascinating character. Kim Kitsuragi is a triumph in all ways. Kim doesn't say slurs. That's true. What form of media, comic, TV, film, game would I say has the most 10 out of 10s? It'd have to be film, right? Because you've got, like, the smallest amount of time to fail. And, like, with comics, it can't be comics. Because every comic fan I know, like, being a comic fan appears to just be, you find your favorite thing created for a specific property, and then you get mad about it forever, how that was the only good one, and they'll never do that again. And then a bunch of other writers retcon the shit you like. That seems to be the comic experience, as I understand it. So I think functionally that cannot be the answer. There's probably a good amount of 10 out of 10 video games. I think that's doable, especially in the indie sphere. But like a movie is just like one, it's could just be one and done, and you can just nail it and walk away, and it's like an hour and a half. And like all you have to do is make it like the good watching experience or like an interesting piece of art. But with video games, like I think like just to use ISAT as an example, it does such a good job weaving, in my opinion, because I had the best experience where I was just having the actual dev guide me through the game, which no one is gonna get. And I was like, this is a really incredible game because every time I'm starting to get annoyed by something, I'm given like a cheat to bypass it. But like also you need to be annoyed by the loops or the game doesn't work. And I'm like, this is really cool. But at the same time, even though I think Adrian did pretty much the best job she could have possibly done, you still see people reviewing it like, I was annoyed that the game was mean to me. And it's like, that is the point of the game. Like, you're supposed to feel exhausted by the loops. That's the whole point. But, you know, because of that, it's going to be really hard to get a 10 out of 10 video game. Because you've got, like, mechanics to think of, etc., etc. You get the idea. And I don't know if I've ever watched a 10 out of 10 TV show. Like, offhand, since I'm a animation guy, Gravity Falls is the best one I've got. Man, I still see, like, people backlashing from being like, I'm tired of everyone hating Mabel Pines, and I feel like I was really not a helper in that regard, even though I'm not a Mabel hater. I'm the second to last episode of Gravity Falls hater. And it is the worst episode. I still think it's the worst episode. What was your ranking of The Good Place? The Good Place is really good. I'd give it like an 8 or a 9. The Good Place, if you don't know, I will not spoil it for you because it actually has like a ton of spoilers, is like a 4-season show that they set out to write as a sitcom that takes place in heaven that has 4 seasons. And they're like, we need to make this 4 seasons. We've got a full plot we want to do. And they've got 4 main characters. And I think what they do with Eleanor and Chidi, the whole series, is pretty much flawless. But I think that Jason and Tahani have nothing to do by comparison after like season 1.5. Like they're around. Season 3 and 4 onwards, it's like I don't really understand why they're there anymore. So I do think I have to knock it 1 point for that because I thought it every time I watched it. Do I have any interest in doing more media ranking videos again? I'm not going to make a video out of that. But I did do one on my Patreon that covered some. I watched all the open season movies. Do you want that? Do you want to hear about open season?
A thoughtful critique on Open Season, the series. Chapter 1.
What it means. Okay, in response to Flair, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is a perfect show that is ruined by the fact that it's about cops. I actually get pretty upset whenever Brooklyn Nine-Nine gets listed as like a propaganda show. I think it's about, in American culture, it is the most anti-cop show you're going to get that is about cops and is still like a mainstream show, especially by the end. Because, like, you know, people see it and they're like, it's about cops. And there are some jokes in season 1 that are like a little bit haha police brutality. And they age terribly. Obviously, they age terribly. But by the end, for season 5 and 6, it might be just 5 or just 6. But near the end, so like the George Floyd riots happen, and like everyone, like, you know, the All Lives Matter versus Blue Lives Matter stuff is happening, and the entire cast, who actually the main cast had a pretty good amount of creative sway, I believe. Like, I think it was, what's her name? She plays Rosa Diaz, Stephanie Beatriz. I think she's bi, and she was like, I want my character to be bi. I want this to be like an arc where she comes out and figures that out, and they did that. And then Andre Brower, who plays Raymond Holt, and Terry Crews were both like, hey, as a show about police officers where the principal characters are like two of the main cast are black men, we can't not talk about this shit. Like, we can't have this just keep being a police procedural. So I swear I need to go back and actually find this article so I can start linking it. But to my recollection, from what I heard, they had fully filmed like 2 episodes of a new season. And then the, you know, all Lives Matter stuff started really taking off, which good. Black Lives Matter. Sorry. Not that, you know what I meant. all that stuff. All Lives Matter is not good. Yeah. You know what I mean? The Jello racist confirmed. Clip it. Coolsville sucks. No. All that happened, and they're like, we can't do nothing about this. So I believe they rewrote the season and just started filming it again from scratch, which must have cost them like millions of dollars. And like, I can't even believe they did that, honestly. Especially because I think they just got ported over to a different studio and like a different network. So the network was probably like, oh, we just bought you. You really want to do this? And like, we have to. So the final season is like, it starts and Rosa is like, I'm not a cop anymore. This is bullshit. And Jake tries to do like the, no, not all cops. And it's literally just an episode about how not all cops is bullshit. And it's kind of impossible within the hierarchy of being a police officer to be a good cop. And Jake is like, oh, fuck, maybe I should quit. And Rosa, she never rejoins. She's not a cop ever again for the rest of the series. And by the end of the series, the main character also quits being a police officer. And the more inciting incident for that is him being him becoming a dad. But he's like, with all this going on and me becoming a parent, I'd rather be a stay-at-home parent. And also, the villain of that season is the most comedically over-the-top Blue Lives Matter guy there is. He's like the chief of the police union, and he's just like, listen, you never apologize for anything. We can always get you off the hook. And it's just them fighting him and holding cops accountable. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what they could do more than that in the show they'd already established. I think that's pretty commendable. So it bugs me a little when people are like there's so many legitimate things you can critique about Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and I think the propaganda angle is like maybe the least good one. I didn't finish the last season. Is the villain of the last season the Vulture? He comes back a couple times, but it's not him. Yeah, like that's the other thing is that my music stopped. Almost every overarching villain is like a cop misusing their power. I appreciate that. I don't know.
That's fair. I also get upset sometimes when people go like, this thing is bad. I'm like, good. For this reason. No.
No. Oh my god. Try being a YouTuber with a comments section. Yikes. Any writing tips? I'm writing a book. Can you be more specific? Any writing tips is such a broad question that I get a lot and I never know where to start.
I do this every day. Before writing, I do a somersault.
Thoughts on Ni no Kuni? Saw Piff play some of it. Looked bad.
I didn't like it.
Oh, you know how you know it's bad? Lenti doesn't like it.
Oh.
And it's a monster collector.
Yeah. See, like, I do not mind the, like, trying to have a specific style or a story that's a little, like, weird. That's all fine. They told it bad, and the game mechanics are not fun. And I don't mean hard, I mean not fun.
Mm. Which looked worse, Ni no Kuni or not Mary and the Witch's Flower? Earwig and the Witch. Earwig looks pretty bad. Earwig looks rough. I honestly don't know who okayed that.
I will say this. I will give you this gift as a perfect example, encapsulation of the game. For most of the game, you are running around, having a rough time because, like, getting from point A to point B is slow, sluggish, and honestly, you do need to interact with things just to keep up with, like, the rest of the, like, leveling mechanics and things like that in the game. After the game, there's a post-game dungeon. And when you beat the post-game dungeon's final boss, the last content this game has to give you, they give you a motor vehicle that allows you to actually go slightly faster on the ground and to avoid enemies. At the end of the post-game dungeon,
I remember
when
you.
there's nothing left.
I remember you being so angry about that. I was either in a call with you right after you unlocked that or when you unlocked that, and you were like, I cannot believe that, and Glass was just cackling. My bad. Like, so how do you write character backstory and get motivated to keep writing it? Because backstory for me is difficult. Okay. Let me think about how to answer that. I would try, don't think of it as backstory, like, oh, this character needs, like, something going on in their past or whatever. Know whatever your character's motivations are, like who they are as a person, what they do, and why they do it. And if you look at your story and you're like, I need this person to go on an adventure, or I need this person to not join this team at this time, even though, like, it seems pretty cool and it might be the right decision. Like, if you know that's something you need to do, then you'd be like, okay, why would they, what about their life would have led them to refuse that? Or why would they be, oh, wow, I'm actually going to use Cowboy Bebop as a positive example for character writing for a second. This is just an easy example, and it's what popped into my head. So, in Cowboy Bebop, Spike's thing, the main guy, is that he doesn't really, he, like, lives on a razor's edge and kind of considers his life already over, and therefore it's sort of worthless. So he's willing to do things like bounty hunting and putting his life at risk to save people in ways that are objectively stupid. So it's like, why would he do that? Like, it makes him look cool. So, like, the goal is he looks cool. How do I make it make sense that he looks cool? It's like, well, he was, like, betrayed in the past by a bunch of people he trusted. He either thinks that the love of his life is dead or beyond his reach. Stuff like that. So he is functionally a dead man walking in his own mind, and he is willing to do pretty much anything. And that would justify a lot of what you would normally look at and be like, that's too stupid to believe that a character would do this. So I would say that is probably something you want to be thinking about. I guess the quickest way to phrase that is, don't think of backstory as its own thing. Just umbrella all of it under your character's motivation and why they are doing what they're doing. How have I been?
It's very funny. When I, like, make pen and paper characters, sometimes I go like, no, they don't really have, like, a backstory. And sometimes I write a novel.
Yeah. The only The only TTI, because it's such a thing. Everyone kind of wants their big secret backstory. It's pretty common that most players will be like, "Here's my thing. Can't wait to reveal it." And I've always been the guy who's like, "Well, at least 2 other party members are going to be doing that. Not everyone needs depth. I'll be the guy with no depth." Like, that's often what I play. I think the only time I was like, "I've got a lot going on," was Velvet Windrose, which I have to assume we're not going back to ever at this point. So it's like, okay, that was a waste.
Sometimes I like building in that I don't have a backstory. Going back to Windrose, like, specifically, I'm like, I am a month old. There is no experience beforehand. I am a creature just doing things.
What are some things I learned from Prison of Plastic that I will use in future books? I learned that I'm a really good writer. I am so mean about writing in that, like, I cannot sympathize at all with someone who has been hired to write something professionally and does a bad job. I don't get it. Like, I never think there's an excuse. I think I write fast, I write good, and it's like, why doesn't everyone just do that?
I write good, people read book good.
I seen it.
I saw it. Fireball.
Chill learns he wants to kiss similes on the mouth because he uses them so much. They're too easy. I do need to use less simile. That's not something I learned from Prison of Plastic, though. I already knew that. That's just how I relate everything in life. And it works. Like, it always works. People always know what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. What's a Prison of Plastic? A show? It's a book I wrote. You can buy it. It's the Epithet Erased sequel. You write the same way you describe Lemonade. I literally do. It's exactly the same. That's not a joke at all.
No, I've seen the Lemonade videos.
I seen it. Where can you buy the book? Most places if you're American. You can look it up. If you just search like "buy Prison of Plastic," it's on Amazon, it's on Barnes and Noble, it's on Books A Million, like all the big places. If you're not American, I'm sorry. If you have an American friend, you could pay them to get it and mail it to you. Or you can buy the audiobook. Picked up some Discworld books a while back. Who's your favorite Discworld character? Honestly, I wasn't as into Discworld as I thought I'd be. I only read I read all of not Last Rites. I started Last Rites and didn't finish it. It's sitting in my LA apartment. I'm gonna read it on the plane when I go there later this month. What's the name of the... Nobby. Nobby is my favorite. The horribly ugly man from the Night Watch. He's my favorite. He's like gross and a piece of shit, but like he's all right. they've got a lot of funny descriptors for him there. The one that really sticks in my head is like Corporal Nobby had survived any number of famous massacres by not being there, which something about that is really funny to me. Last rights, you mean equal rights? Equal rights, yeah. I think Terry Pratchett has good prose. I think he's a really funny guy. I don't really like the stories he tells, I guess. I think their pacing is kind of weird, and then I think they just kind of end. Like, I've never gotten to the end of one of the books and been like, nice. I'm always like, oh, okay. I've only read 2 to completion, though. And I got like 80% of the way through... Fuck, what is it called? It's one of the witch... No, he's the author. He's dead. I don't need to get through him. Fuck. It's one of the witches books. It's about the coven of 3 witches, and there's like the main one. There's Magda, the younger one. I don't know. And there's like a crazy king. Weird Sisters. It's Weird Sisters. Do I like murder mysteries? Yeah, if they're good. That's my favorite genre, asterisk.
My favorite genre is good.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with that shit.
I like when it's good. I'm not particularly too hot on like bad. Like people can like bad, but it's just like not for me.
God, I got so confused because someone in chat just went, "First time catching J-Man live," and I was like, "What? Do you think Piff is J-Man? Oh, you're calling me J-Man because J-Man's never been on any of my streams. We know another guy who I associate closely with Piff, who is named J-Man." I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's not here.
The extremely strange viewer that knows both of us but mistakes one of us in Jello stream.
I don't know, man.
I mean, it can happen.
It could happen.
People have done things in the past.
People have done things in the past. It's true. It's happened.
I don't trust them.
This stream, not the first thing a human's ever done. Frankly, crazy high viewership for the universe's first stream. Thank you all for being here. Oh, good. Savvy is here. I don't think chat gets to joke about not recognizing Savvy yet. I think too many people are remarkably terrible at it. I can't believe people mistake Savvy and Aram for each other.
That's pretty surprising.
Yeah.
Savvy is such a distinct voice.
Like, and it's not just his accent. Like, Savvy sounds like Savvy.
Yeah.
He has a rhythm at which he speaks that none of our other friends speak. And Aram also has a really specific rhythm at which he speaks, and they're not the same. I can't believe you're drawing each one by hand. Why not copy paste it? It wouldn't look as good. So
in
there.
my chat,
Go ahead.
quick, someone confused Jello and Piv.
I don't even think that's possible. I can't just copy paste them because the angle on all of these is a little bit different. And also you want them to be kind of, with this marquee tool UPA style I'm doing, you kind of want them all to be jagged in a slightly different way. It'll look bad if I try and copy paste it. I don't know if you know this about me. I don't mind doing a lot of extra work for like a 10% improvement. That's one of the reasons I'm a good writer. It's true, though.
Got to put in a lot of effort for, like, not that much result.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, the thing is, so here, I'll use P5 as an example. Say you're writing, like, so for Cornucopia, a series I'm not going to return to in its current form ever. one of the later party members is a chef, right? I'm not a cook. I don't really know that much about cooking. I can cook a couple things, but like I'm not good at it. And I was like, okay, he's also like born in the wilderness, so I want him to be kind of like he eats a bunch of weird stuff, so like he knows how to wrestle an alligator and prepare an alligator from scratch. So because I do not know how to do those things, as his writer, I needed to go research how to do all those things so I could write a character who knew those things. You have to do that when you're writing something, especially if it's like a field you don't know. But then in Persona 5, you can just tell that, like, I joked to Amy, I was like, you know what's funny? I don't know a single hobby this writer has, because you think I would have encountered at least one thing he's, like, somewhat knowledgeable about, but, like, it truly seems like he doesn't know anything about anything, because, so in Persona Royal, there's this character who's a doctor, and his name's Maruki, and he's like, Joker, I'll help you if you listen to my bullshit. I'll teach you, like, mental acuity exercises, like how to be better at studying, how to be more mindful. And to me, if I were doing that, it would be like you'd write each of the 10 scenes with his confidant, and he would talk for a little bit and then be like, oh, sorry, let's get to your thing. And he would, like, start mentioning something. Like, I'd look up, like, mental acuity exercise. Let's see. Okay, this is called this. Yes, this fits. And he'll be like, have you ever heard about this? It's when you do X and Y, and then he trails off. But, like, they don't even do that. It's just like, right, here's your mental exercise. So first you ... And it's like, that's lazy. Because I can tell you don't know anything about the profession of psychology or this weird mental acuity training you're claiming we're doing. Which, like, isn't a bad idea. Like, that's not horrible, except you sit there with Maruki, and he's like, here are my theories. Do you know... Do you ever think about stuff? And Joker's like, yes. And he's like, that's crazy. I'm so glad someone else thinks about things. Well, see you next week. And it's like, dude, could you not look this up for 5 minutes? And then you got Yusuke, who's like the art character. And all his shit is like very baseline art stuff. He'll be like, yes, I want my code name to be Leonardo da Vinci. Like, you can just see the artist sitting there going, who's an artist? What's a famous artist I've heard of? Da Vinci. Like, no further thoughts. Not like, oh, Yusuke is interested in this movement, or like he's into abstraction or postmodernism or Dada, or like even like does he do pop art? What era is he inspired by? It's just, he is an artist. All artists are interchangeable, and you can just tell. So, like, that's what I mean when it's like, you gotta research shit. I'm doing a thing for fun, to relax, because I'm crazy, where I like to make up fake video games, but then put as much effort into plotting them out as, like, it would take to make a real video game. Just with none of the coding. So, there's, like, a Fallout, like, that I've codenamed In the Shadow of the Valley, that I've spent way too much time on. And it's not Embrago, I'm sorry. And, like, literally yesterday, to relax, this is the shit I do to relax, I was like, well, I know that the inciting incident involves two characters, like two groups that are outside of the world map of this game. And one of them, like, they have, like, a fight. Like, one of them kills a bunch of the other, like, a gang war. And then one of them comes through the world that you play in the game and causes a bunch of trouble. So I've loosely based this area on a part of, like, south central, southeastern Colorado, because it happened to work out exactly geographically. And it's like, okay, realistically, if I were fleeing a pursuer in a post-apocalyptic version of this, where would I move? What roads would I go down? So I spent, like, hours on Google Maps looking up, like, all rivers and all highways nearby, like where someone could genuinely flee, and being like, okay, it makes the most sense if they're from this town. This town is called Creed. I'll name this group of outlaws, like, they'll just be called, like, Credo or something. Like, I need, like, a placeholder name, but, like, shit like that. And then I was like, I need this other person, the other group, to have found them because they're surveying rivers. So I need to look up if there's a river that leads from where they're based to Creed. And I was like, oh yeah, it turns out that the what do you call it when it's the start of a river?
Mouth?
No, that's the end. That's like when it goes out into the Gulf of Mexico. But anyway, it's the start of the Rio Grande. It actually happens to be like an hour from where the source. There's something, it's got the word water, the headwater. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, it's the headwater of the Rio Grande is there, and I was like, oh, that's perfect. That's a big river this person would be interested in tracking. So spent a bunch of time doing that. I was reading newspapers from 1875 to learn about like a weird gun battle that happened, because I wanted to just steal it and have it happen because it was so cowboy that I thought it was cool. I don't know, it's so fun to research and learn about weird shit to make your writing more accurate that, like, I truly don't understand why everyone doesn't do it. I actually said J-Man when I meant yam joke. Yeah, we call her Y-Man when we're off stream. She'll say something unreasonable and we'll be like, why, man?
So, when I was a kid, I thought of a ton of different, like, games, but a lot of them were, like, fairly generic and just, like, wouldn't it be cool if, like, the mechanics were, like, a little bit more in-depth? And that's about it. But there was one idea that, like, I keep kind of coming back to, but at the same time, the more I come back to it, I go, maybe this is not a great idea. There's an idea that, like, there's a great hero and a great villain. And basically the great hero goes, all right, I basically need to, like, link with the big bad, like, life link with them. And, like, take them down that way. It's self-sacrifice for the big day. And that's, like, the beginning of the game. And then, basically, years later, a cult of some kind, or a group, or whatever villain things, are just like, we can't get our big boss back. But since they're life-linked, we can actually reborn the good guy. And then, like, since they're life-linked, our big bad will actually come back.
Mm-hmm.
And so the entire game is basically you as a player going like, okay, I need to, like, go re-encounter the bad guy to, like, stop all this from happening. Like, to like, put this to rest. But all of the enemies are, like, instead of, like, trying to kill you, they're all, like, healers and shit. And, like, people that are trying to, like, buff you throughout the game so they can actually, like, increase the bad guy's power.
That's really funny.
So your goal is to basically try to go into the final battle as weak as possible.
That's funny. That would make a really interesting roguelike, actually.
Yeah. I think in a roguelike sense that probably would be really good.
I assume you're using Credo. What resolution am I using? You can see the Photoshop logo, right? That's different. I do that ironically. I don't know. I think it is extremely fun to take time out to, like, learn about something and learn fun facts, like, just, like, stupid little facts that you get to know that will never come up in your life. Like, the one I always mention for Sweetwater is how drowning is, like, a diagnosis of exclusion, where a coroner will just look at a body and be like, damn, you'd be surprised how many things create water in the lungs after you die. Like, it's most things. So you only get diagnosed with died by drowning if there is no other cause at all. And they're just like, if someone's death is death by drowning, what they're saying is, I don't fucking know. And there's water in them, which I think is really funny. And then the apocalypse in this Fallout-like thing I was talking about, I wanted to do it with a gamma ray burst. I wanted it to be, like, instant and not have the nuclear long-term consequence. So I had to do a bunch of research on gamma radiation, and there's a bunch of weird shit about it. It's so strange. And my favorite thing, like, obviously a lot of it is like semi-hypothetical, because thank God we've never been hit by a gamma ray burst, or we would all die instantly, unless you're in like the subway or something. But one of my favorite things about gamma radiation is, apparently if you get hit by it for like a millisecond, it's definitely gonna kill you, like 1,000%. But you actually take less damage from getting more radiation. Like, it blows up your DNA and then it starts stitching it back together. So like 5 seconds of exposure is way less dangerous than 5 milliseconds of exposure. You're still probably gonna die both times, but like, isn't that weird? Also, I have a fascination with the idea of video games actually thinking about where their monetary production comes from. I love mints in games. I love coin production. And like, I don't like it in a game when you can walk around with like more money than God in your pocket. I think that's stupid. Especially if they're like, yeah, you can buy a house for 1,000 gold, and you're walking around in Skyrim with like 21,000 gold, like you're a robber baron. I think that's weird. So one of the quests I wanted was, this guy is like, oh, it would be so cool if we got paper money back up, because I haven't figured out what I want to be the current currency. It might just be a trade system, because I can't think of something cooler or equivalent to caps from Fallout. That's just such a genius idea. The next best thing I thought of was like pop tabs. I'm like, that's just caps again. You're cheating. Even though I swear I wasn't trying to be cheating. I just remember my mom used to have a big old bag of them we'd collect and recycle separately. But I wanted one guy to be like, let's start doing paper money. And he gets a bunch of paper money and tries to distribute it, and no one uses it because he's like, oh yeah, unless this is backed by like a gold standard or like water, this is useless. I guess we need some gold or something. So I was looking into the history of the gold rush in Colorado, and Colorado, it turns out, was the last state in the Union to be affected by one of the coin laws that was, hey guys, you really need to stop using random gold coins people made as official currency, because there was so much gold during the gold rush that people were just like, I'll make my own dollar. And they would just pay with that because it was gold. So I spent a couple hours looking on like a gold coins in Colorado museum. I was like, how plausible is it that, like, fuck yeah, like last night I wanted this gang from the city of Creed, because it's an old mining town. I was like, I would like them to have dynamite. I need them to be a threat. Could they still have dynamite 100 years after present day? Like, does it degrade? And found a bunch of conflicting sources on how weeping dynamite works. Because most sources are like, if you even touch the weeping dynamite, that's nitroglycerin weeping out of it. Like, have you guys ever had like an old chocolate bar, like a really old chocolate bar? Any fat and sugar will bloom on it in white patches if you leave it in the cupboard too long. You ever seen that? Dynamite does that, but with some of its inside parts. And most people, like batteries corroding, it looks exactly like that. Yeah, it's very, very similar. But it's dynamite goo, and all of the official sources are like, if you even touch this, it will explode. Like Vinny from Atlantis, like, it's nitroglycerin, it's gonna blow up. But like, I found a couple people going like, yeah, I asked around, because like, surely there must be some statistics of people exploding from this, because like, you know, excavating an old mine is usually where it's found. There must be some deaths. I've heard people who are like, I know a guy who exploded or whatever, and I found nothing. So I don't actually think they blow up. And I saw a couple people quoting that article and being like, has anyone ever, is there like a documented case? And I couldn't find one. I only Googled searched for like an hour or two, but I don't know. I think that's cool. Anyway, if you do, light dynamite on fire, you can still explode old dynamite.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But not, it probably won't blow up if you tap it. Because the nitroglycerin does ooze out, but it's like a chemical, so it will slowly like decompose and deactivate, and it will become a lot less explosive.
As just a side thing, I just recommend people like finding cool things, looking them up, making sure that the source is like good. There's been so many times where I found bad sources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anytime you get someone who's like, this is definitely true, and it's like some guy's blog, you gotta find at least one other source. They might even be right, but like you always want to double check.
Yeah.
And like I do think Reddit is a good place to start, but don't just believe some dude on Reddit. Reddit's only like a tier and a half up from a YouTube comment section or a Twitter thread. What happened to the bad visual stream? Audio copyright. I wonder if dynamite production ever changed to make it more stable. I think more people use TNT than dynamite, which I learned are different things. They're just put together. It's so funny because they'll even like cite this. They'll be like, most people don't know these are different things because of Bugs Bunny. Like, legitimately, it's just an easier shorthand to write TNT on anything explosive than dynamite.
That song tricked me. Remember when I said, is TNT, it's dynamite?
Maybe those were two
TNT and I'll win the fight?
Maybe those were two completely separate thoughts. Your Honor. I think dynamite's actually pretty stable. It's just, I mean, you're obviously not supposed to leave it around for 100 years. Yeah, also, spent a lot of time on, like, doomsday prepper forums to see what the feasibility of, like, getting gasoline would be like. It's not good. I also learned that gasoline expires, and pretty quickly, like a year or two, like 2 to 3 years, 5 if you're lucky. And my thing, it takes place like 100 years after the apocalypse. So I was like, okay, cool, no gas, good to know. And they were like, you can make ethanol out of corn and fuck with most engines, especially if they're like from the like pre-80s, which is actually what I was looking for. I was looking for a 60s car. And they were like, here's fuck. Now that I'm thinking about it, I had to research so much shit to answer one question. And it was like, you can make ethanol, but it's gonna take like hundreds of ears of corn. And like, if you're in the post-apocalypse, don't you kind of want to be eating that corn?
Don't you want that delicious corn?
I do.
You're a corn haver? You like corn?
I like corn.
You like it on the cob? You like it in a can?
I do not like it in a can. I like it on the cob.
Oh.
I'll take it on the side too. I don't like canned food. It grosses me out.
Fair.
Like I'm sure it's fine, but it's like it always comes out with like goo. I don't like the
That's
goo.
the preservatives.
I don't like that part.
Popcorn can power a car.
No. What? That's like a fucking Kids Next Door operative listening to me like, so I can make a popcorn powered car. No, it's not. Not what I said.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Doomsday Threads. I don't like canned food. Listen, I never said I'd survive. That was not what I was looking for. Did Yam pop in your chat?
Yeah.
Can you ask her to bring me some spaghetti?
Yam, in case you didn't hear Jello, can you get Jello some spaghetti? Can you getty some spaghetti?
Flutters my eyelashes. Wow. What? Why is it unreasonable to ask my girlfriend who lives with me to bring up some spaghetti I made?
I've given you a sword, Yam, so you can ban Jello.
Why? Why? Also, I'm not in
Just in
Piff's.
case.
I'm not in Piff's chat right now. I don't have a third monitor.
Yam goes, ugh, I guess.
I hope she brings you a box of uncooked spaghetti. We do have one more bag of uncooked spaghetti. That would be pretty funny. I already made a joke about eating raw spaghetti this morning when I woke up, though. So I don't think it would have the full impact. What's Sweetwater? I've only heard a little. I have a 5-hour breakdown of it on my Patreon, but it was gonna be my next tabletop series. I was gonna do it within the year after Epithet concluded, so 2020, so a long time ago now. And it just ended up taking a lot longer than I thought, and I was dealing with injuries from Epithet, so I just decided, no, this is not gonna happen. Like, essentially, in my mind, I had a cooldown period where I could work on another thing before I got back to working on Epithet. That cooldown period ended, and I hadn't even started, and I was like, I don't want to edit this. I'm the only one I'd trust to edit this due to the way the format I wanted it in. I think I did a really good job prepping this, so I'm just gonna make a Patreon exclusive giant video about it, and that's just what it's gonna be. I do think it's one of the coolest things on my Patreon. Oh, that reminds me. I was gonna grab something. Did anyone here read?
Spaghetti?
No. Did anyone here read Cornucopia at all? I wanted to bring up a picture. Oh, it's because Piff was talking about that like reincarnation link with the a good hero and a villain, which like I have to say is like so up my alley, and that's such a thing I like to do. We would have been friends if we were small near each other. And unlike now where we are hated rivals.
You know it.
Yeah. Knock it off, Knuckles. But things I really liked. I don't have any of these in my current stories, but I love like gods housed within people's bodies or like powerful people, and I love fated people reincarnating together, but like in a cool way, not in like a Legend of Zelda way where it's just boring every single time. Uh-oh. Why is my file explorer not responding? That's scary. Okay, there it goes. Jesus. Uh-oh, it's not responding again. Piff, can you hear me? Just checking.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not good. It's not good when your file explorer doesn't respond. That's Windows.
Oh.
I was just trying to get a cute little picture of a thing I drew for Cornucopia.
Just in case you cannot see the chat, one of them says, "Do not forget to save."
Yeah, thank you. I save pretty frequently. For
Me
a
too.
while, I worked on a computer that would black out every 5 minutes or less. So I have a permanent trigger finger. And actually, in this video I'm editing, I have... How do I describe this? I I have 3 versions of the project, and every day or so I work on it, I will save it as each other, so I've got a backup, because it crashed and just corrupted my file a ways into it, and I was able to recover like 80% of my work, and I was like, if I do that again, I'm quitting the project. Like, if I lose all that, I would quit. So, ooh. Okay, that took a while. Oh, I don't know if Amy's still listening, but it doesn't have to be reheated or anything. I'm okay with... I like cold spaghetti.
I'd slurp a cold nude.
I am not immune to calling spaghetti nudes. Hello. Oh, it is reheated because she loves me so much. She's rolled her eyes and walked away. Thank you, Amy. I don't think she heard that. Are there meatballs? No.
It's spaghetti.
It's not spaghetti and meatballs.
It is a plate of noodles, no sauce, no butter.
That's a bad idea.
No parmesan.
No parmesan.
It is spaghetti.
Okay. Go assets. What is this? Yeah, I don't think I ever talked about this. If I can fucking find it. Do I? Yeah, here she is. So, I talked about some of this, but Nuko was a big, like, reincarnating, kind of avatar style, but there's, like, 7 avatars, and each of them gets a little deity that's connected to them. And Hiccup had one, and I was pretty close to getting to her, because this was supposed to happen early. But, this griffin, this little baby, and her name is Hedera. We didn't get there, though. Literally about 20 pages away. Yeah.
Which cards are you still hunting for, Piff? The list is a little too long, so I'm just gonna go with most of the rarest ones. You can pretty much throw a dart at a wall of cards and just hit one that I need.
Oh, yeah, it was in the background, but, of one shot, but I do have these. There's 3 windows which depict the first 3 party members. So the left one's creature is Hiccup. Her antler's not colored because it was covered by a mirror. These look very cool. I did not need to do these. So it's Griffin, Jackal, and Vulture. And Vulture is Lily's. Oh, here's that chef character. This is an Oz drawing. This is the only good drawing of this character that exists. He looks like Sylvie here, which is funny. He does not look like that anymore, but yeah. What is this from? It's stuff I didn't get to in my defunct webcomic. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's not real.
Old clip of you saying finish your comic.
Hey, listen, I said that the most important part of finishing your webcomic is not working on it to make it a real webcomic.
Wow.
The reason I singled that guy out is because he was in the hallway to the final boss. He was at the end. I hadn't gotten that far. Also, he did... It was after that video, and not because of the video, I assume. But that guy was the showrunner for OKKO, the Cartoon Network show. And he did actually have his main 2 characters from that webcomic cameo in like an epilogue fashion To be like, yeah, they got married and they survived. Here's the end of my webcomic.
Yeah, don't worry about it. God, do you get to do your job and finish your webcomic?
Crazy. Crazy. Okay. I think...
Yeah, there's a few people asking just general card questions. This is, God, what are these guys are called? My brain's like, Nexomon. I'm like, no, that's definitely not it. Terramon? If you know those.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Well.
Man, I love the TV show Yu-Gi-Oh! So much. I hate the card game, modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
Looks unplayable. Oh, this is good spaghetti.
It is not the problem of, like, how the game is fundamentally done, even though I feel like that is still its own problem. The main problem I have is that it takes too long to do anything in the game. You have a specific combo that goes the exact same way every single time, and it still takes like 5 minutes to execute it.
Yeah, I've seen... I don't go here, but I've seen some Yu-Gi-Oh! Video playthroughs on that, whatever the Yu-Gi-Oh! Equivalent of Pokemon Showdown is, that online Yu-Gi-Oh! One.
Master Duel, I think.
Yeah, that. And there will be duels I've seen that go 3 turns and still last like 25 minutes. And it's like, oh, ew.
My favorite thing, I did actually play that for a bit because I was like, I remember old Yu-Gi-Oh! I love all my old cards and I built my old deck and whatnot. And then I tried playing against people and they're like, what if it was all meta decks that made you never play the game on turn 1? And I'm like, great. And I played that for a while and I'm like, I'm glad they're having a good time, but like, I'm still not having the best time. But then there was a game mode that changed everything. Usually, people are allotted 300 seconds each turn, not including animations or like times where like a little pop-up would happen for a few seconds. So it would last way more than 5 minutes whenever anyone did their turn.
Okay.
Instead of allotted 30 seconds, or sorry, 300 seconds, it was 30 seconds. And you know what the best part about turns lasting only 30 seconds per person? Do you know what happens when it drops down to 0?
They explode.
Yes, they lose immediately. It's not that they end their turn, they lose. It is the best format, and it's like... They only have it for like every year or something like that. Yeah, like, if it was like speed chess, I would love it. That would be amazing. That would be the format I played all the time.
Yeah, someone in my chat said, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is stuck in a meta right now where the best way to win is to never let your opponent play.
Yeah, that's been that way for quite some time, actually.
Gross.
There is a few metas. Win at turn 1, have the opponent never be able to play anything turn 1, or specifically build a deck around like the cards that are played usually on turn 1, which is generally called turn 2 decks. Your deck is just filled with just destroy everything your opponent has.
Hey, the fact that there are the existence of turn 2 decks as a named thing in your meta is such a symptom of a disease in a game. Boop.
Oh yeah, weird side tangent, but yes, I finally got some Cheetos. I got two different kinds, jalapeno and buffalo. I really like the jalapeno one. It was like very like jalapeno forward. It like tasted very well. The cheese behind it was like more of like a kind of sour cream sort of thing. It was delicious. Um, and then the buffalo didn't taste very good at all. I actually couldn't finish the bag that I got.
Damn.
And I like buffalo things. I like it a lot. Um, but yeah, that's my side for. It's a long story about a side thing that happened. Just people brought up. I guess for Jello's biz. Remember that one time I went to bagel Dunkin' Donuts. There we go.
No, honestly.
Okay, I'll retell the story just because it's a good story for your chat. So one time, Glass and I went to Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, I remember now. The addition of glass makes me remember this story.
So we were in line. We were like, "Oh, what do we get?" I'm trying to convince Glass. We're just like, "All right, just try this like breakfast sandwich thing." She's like, "I don't know if I'm gonna like it." You're like, "This, I just want you to try it. It's okay if you don't like it. I'll have the rest of it, whatever." And I was like, 2 sausage, egg, and cheese on an everything bagel. By the way, that's my favorite combination. Try it out. And he's like, "Yeah, you want anything else?" Says the cashier. And I go, "Yes, 1 small hot cocoa with mint." And he stopped. And he looked straight forward. Like he just was like activated with the phrase. Spun around in place, walked away like 2 feet to like the counter with like just dispensing liquids of different kinds, poured water into like a little jug and started pouring the water into the trough. And he just kept doing that. And we were just left there standing in front of this cash register that you could see like they had like the items on the side, like 2 sandwiches were there and no drink was there. He just stopped taking the order. He just left. And we were standing there perplexed. And then another employee eventually came around and was like, "Hey, did you get your order?" I'm like, "No. Can we get a small hot mint cocoa, please?" Like, "Oh, sure thing." And I typed it out. And then that's where the story should have ended, because it was one of the strangest things I've ever seen in any just customer to cash register like conversation I've ever seen. I've never seen somebody just disconnect from reality and leave. So we finally got all of our stuff. We got our sandwiches and whatnot. And I bit into my sandwich and it was way crunchier than I expected, because the edges of the sausage patty had the consistency of Cheetos.
Ugh.
And I'm like, "Oh, this is bad." And Glass is just like, "I don't like breakfast sandwiches." I'm like, "Fair enough. I'm never gonna ask you about this again." And then she took a sip of her drink and she's like, "There's no mint in here." Which was just like, what?
Damn.
It was like the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Man. Rough.
No, they cooked it. They overcooked it. You know those like little machines that they have to just like heat up things? They must have left it in there for too long.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Cursed, true.
Ba-da-ba.
I have at least, bare minimum, a witness just to point out that this is a true story. Glass was with me.
Listen, you can't go to Dunkin' Donuts and ask someone for an order with their sleeper phrase.
So when I told that story, immediately everyone really latched on to the Cheeto texture description. So now that people are just like, yeah, Cheeto Piff, and I'm like, I have not had Cheetos in like 10 years.
Ah, Cheeto Piff, your shonen anime powered up form.
So I had to go out and get some Cheetos.
And I went to the cash register and said, hey man, can I get some Cheetos? And he looked at me blankly and walked away.
Really, Cheetos is your sleeper agent?
Yeah, it's not a good one.
Awful sleeper agent phrase. Do it again. Make another one.
Try harder. Hey, fun fact. This is a crime, by the way. Fun fact, if you want a font for like one word in like a personal project you're doing, not for commercial shit, which is actually what this is, and you find a good one and it's like, this font's $140, and it's on like a good font website, which if it's $140, it's going to be that much, and on a good website, just screen cap the max size of the font and use that. Works fine. I don't even know if this is the one I'm going to use. I just wanted to try it out. Do 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 do.
What's the worst sleeper agent phrase? I need to go to the bathroom. Can you imagine somebody saying that and they just like eyes lock forward, wide-eyed?
Bluebird. Good theming. Could work. Could work. Isn't this a commercial project? You're posting it to YouTube for money? No. You think I'm gonna monetize the video with 400 anime openings in it? I'll be lucky if I can get this thing uploaded. That'll work fine. What's up?
I just saw you spent $500 on it, and I was just like, I know Jello. That doesn't matter.
Spent $500 on what?
I'm assuming the video you're making.
That's true. That doesn't matter. I don't know what they're referring to. What did I spend I don't remember doing that. Uh-oh.
Maybe it's more cumulative instead of like one thing.
I just don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
I don't remember spending any money on this, really. I just spent a stupid amount of time.
They seem either frustrated or confused. Maybe both. They just sent back twice commissioning me. Commissioning me.
Oh, for Flare. Right, yeah. I don't remember how much I paid you. You just did it, and then at the end I was like, how much do you want? And then your Flare, so you were like, a nickel, and I like added more. Unless this was actually the first time that you gave me an acceptable price and I paid you $500. But I imagine if I paid you $500, you probably asked for like $300 or $350. No, I asked for like $370. Yeah. That's pretty.
So, I've been playing a game recently that's been fascinating me called The Withering Rooms. The entire concept is great. I love it to death. I think its biggest problem is that it was a game that was made like in early access and distributed like it was supposed to be like a game that's supposed to be satisfying. Like at the end of each release. So it feels balanced to each section instead of it being like a cohesive full like game.
Okay.
I imagine it like this, where they basically kept building sections of it until they're like, this is enough game to be done with the story that I'm trying to tell. And then instead of actually like trying to mesh them together, they just kept it at those kind of disjointed parts. Like, because they sent it out the way they did, they couldn't just go, all right, now let's try to make it one cohesive thing.
Gotcha.
Now, Piff, I've had Cheetos recently. What flavor Cheeto would you be?
What would
Human.
you be, Piff? Bites into Piff's foot. Oh, it's got like a Cheeto texture. What the fuck?
Ew.
Nobody likes that.
Like, I understand what you're trying to get at, but anything realistic just grosses me out.
Sorry. I'll keep that in mind next time I make a joke about biting into your foot.
Thanks. Feet.
Feet.
Ew, human flavored Cheetos. If that implies a Cheeto is flavored human, and I'm concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm biting Piff. It's the whole thing.
Ask me what flavor I was.
Piff's a man. Maybe on Vixen's streams that Piff is a slime, but here Piff is a man.
I'm human and alive.
I'm human and alive. It's an undeniable fact. I'm sorry. Oops.
I started reading this and immediately was just like, is this a reference to the giant from Jack and the Beanstalk? You know, when they grind humans to make human flavoring?
Yes, I do know that.
Oh.
I have partaked. I have partook.
I've taken.
I've taken so much. That works for me. where's my other ref image? Do I not have it anymore?
Wow.
Guess not.
I'm trying to figure out if this is like an insult or not. Piff is vanilla bean. Sure, it's different, but it's still vanilla.
What the fuck? I would read that as an insult, yeah. Who are you that would insult Piff? Be gone. Chat, kill him.
Love the concept of just... Look, this chat is too normal. Someone has to say the feral stuff. I'm just taking responsibility. I don't know, man. I just make a comfy space. I accept all, including, like, weird trolls, because usually when I do that, they just leave.
Mm-hmm.
If they do stick around and it's still a problem, of course I'll do something about it, but, like...
I cannot imagine a bigger waste of time than trolling, like, around, like, 5 to 25 viewer Twitch streams that are just chill streams. What are you even getting out of that?
Yeah, no. There was a time before where, like, a new person joined me and was like, hey, man, how's it going? Like, how's it doing in the game? I'm like, yeah, I'm doing great. This is what the game's about. And they said, like, K's, and then I just, like, they never said anything else after that. I'm like, all right. And then, J-Man banned him. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. J-Man, what did he do? Did he say something else? It's like, don't ever say that, like, in chat. I'm like, yeah, what did he say? Let me look at what his thing was. So I looked at the log, and I looked back at the part that he just says K's. And I'm like, oh, he probably just, like, typed it quirky. No. K-Y-S.
Oh, lol.
And I was too dumb to notice. And I went, oh, this guy must be having a really hard time.
Truly, what are you doing?
So I just thought, like, maybe, like, if I knew what he's talking about, it would have affected me a lot more. But when I saw that, it was like, oh, this guy is in, like, a really bad place. I hope he does better. That was, like, my first thought. And it really shouldn't have been, but, like...
This is gonna look cool.
Probably is gonna look great.
What if it looked like shit?
Went through all the effort to build, like, a stage, and, like, now to animate it, and it, like, pops in and out of existence, like...
like, it's on frame for a millisecond, like, literally 1 frame. It's on screen.
It's perfect. Thank you for the pats. I greatly appreciate it. Yes.
Horse.
Behold.
What if I just kept it like that?
Thank you for pets.
No, I can't just use a real horse for this. It wouldn't work thematically. Like if this were the example to set up like bad theming, that would be really funny. But it's the good theming one, so it needs to look good.
Thank you for the pets. I have like roughly like 10 messages in a row that's just pets. It's good stuff. Thanks for being around, guys.
Thanks for not telling me K's. That is such a funny way to interpret that. Oh, multiple K's. And there's a Y there, because they're friends.
Abbreviations are so, like, if anyone gives me any letters, I just go, like, that could be anything, and just shut down immediately. The K and the S are holding hands. Are you an introvert that was adapted by extroverts?
Adopted.
Adopted. Oh. I feel adaptable.
Honestly, you kind of read as an extrovert to me. You are always available and you will always hop into people's calls. And I feel like the only actual definition of introverts is that you lose energy when in the company of others. So I don't feel like that's you. Yeah.
I guess that's probably true. I always kind of picture myself as an introvert just because I'm so, like, laid back. But it is, like, it's nice to have company. But also at the same time, I did have that thing where, like, I hated being at malls because there were people around. And that might just be, like, my own, like, I hate being in physical spaces with people. Not like anybody. Like, if you're a friend, absolutely, that's fine. But if I'm, like, in a crowd, I am so uncomfortable. I need, like, a certain amount of space around me. Could be an ambivert, Biff, where you're kind of both. Yeah, I feel like I might be both. Like, certain specific stigmas. Pan, Biff? Sadly, no. I'm pretty vanilla bean in that sort of way.
Pretty vanilla bean. I do remember one time just being like, Piff, I have no idea. What's your deal?
Oddly, weirdly, just a straight guy.
Just a straight guy.
I look back at a lot of the conversations I have and how I like talk about people and whatnot. I can absolutely see somebody going like, "What is your biz anyway?" Thank you for the follow.
You can follow Piff on Twitch at Piff0. I'm gonna type it in chat so you know how it's spelled. Piff also can be found on Twitter, which I mostly mention because I'm very amused forever by, I think it's your Twitter, I hope it's your Twitter, that is just video games and more?
Thank you for the follow. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you need someone to listen to, Piff streams more than anyone else I've ever met.
That's true.
You are streaming pretty much every day.
I like to do such things.
I'm glad. It would suck if you didn't. I hate this shit.
I like this.
This thing I do every day, fucking awful.
I love how the exaggeration needs to be. Piff streams 17 hours a day. Like, my normal time isn't ridiculous enough.
Piff does stream a lot. It's true.
It's true.
Yo, is this
that an exaggeration? Yeah.
Is this the Piff0 from Gobblechin? I mean, yeah. Yes.
Yes, that is me. Famous characters: Gobblechin, Negative Plan Johnny, Goot.
I somehow forgot about Goot. You can adopt me.
It's great to say things to a GM and have him break for a solid period of time. He couldn't move on. Look, there's a big difference between 9-hour stream and 17-hour streams. That means I sleep for 7 hours and turn on the stream when I wake up and stay there.
On that grind set. That works for me. And that's looking pretty good. Is that human cricketoon Piff? I love Piff subtweeting me in the editing of being like, it's the Pokemon Piff would be if he were a Pokemon. Which one posts like 9 Pokemon Piff is like, these are more me.
I legitimately asked my chat, like, what Pokemon would I be? And people were like, this. I just start part of them.
I like Jello streams because it's like a movie where nothing happens. Hang on, I'm gonna zoom in and screen cap that and send it to Aloha. Can you make this the Twitter banner? I like that we had like we've lost like 40 viewers on my stream since I like actually started drawing something that you could tell what it fucking is.
Is it a horse?
It's like a horse in like one of those old theater traveling carts. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, just gonna put that together and hide it. Yo, is that a horse? I'm out of here.
Not in my reality. Later.
It's the thing that Jello's reference image is.
Oh.
This is Minecraft original yellow wool texture Suezo. This is a good Suezo for ranchers who think they might like it. It's a little gross, but I was reminded of one of my favorite Reverend quotes that, like, I think it's so funny, and I wish it were like, I wish I could use it all the time, but I can't for reasons that will be obvious, which is he's like, yeah, I wanted to, it's like one of his Patreon only videos, and he's like, I made this video, and this video is it's like extra Pokemon that are good in this specific meta, but I didn't talk about them before, but I probably should have. But there is no way to word that title that could find the algorithm's clit in 100 years, so I'm just putting it on Patreon. What do you mean, ew, Flare? Flare, aren't you a lesbian?
Don't you love algorithms?
Yeah, don't you love algorithms? Ew, because you said it. That's actually the fairest way you could have answered that. Cute little cart.
Good day.
Okay. All right. Just for size, so I know where this is. All right, let's add some trees. This looks bad.
Fair. It's honestly been very nice to hang out with like subgroups of subgroups. There's just been some really cool people. Sorry, we're having a kind of separate conversation in this chat.
Wow.
If you want to know what we're talking about is legs being illegal.
All right.
Oh boy. So it is not playable with an asterisk. That asterisk being very technically there is a previous game that this card shop sim is based off of, and that is playable. As well as, since this is still very early access, they are planning on making this a playable thing in the future, just not right now.
Favorite type of tree? Weeping willow.
I'm kind of lame and I go with bonsai.
Can't bonsai trees be like any type, just small?
I don't know.
You don't know. I thought it was your favorite. Fake.
Just because it's my favorite doesn't mean I'm knowledgeable about it.
Fake bonsai fan.
Do you think I know the Pokedex of Bidoof?
You know, yeah, honestly. I would have thought that.
I don't. I have no idea.
It's probably like Bidoof's teeth grow really fast, and it needs to bite a trillion trees, or its teeth will grow too big. I'm gonna bet money there's
And
at least...
kill it.
They won't say and kill it. Do you know the Pokedex of your favorite Pokemon, Brennan? Do you know my name? It's not Brennan.
Lee Mulligan.
I wish.
I wish I took his name.
I'll take everything from him. No. I have failed. Bidoof has an unsophisticated face and is rarely flustered by anything. There have been incidents involving Bidoof sauntering into villages and gnawing on houses without a single care. Bidoof has an unsophisticated face? What kind of mean-ass shit is that? Who wrote this? Who wrote this Pokedex entry?
His face is unsophisticated.
Make your argument why it's sophisticated, Jello. I'm not saying it is sophisticated. I'm just saying, A, what the hell does that mean? B, why is that the leading sentence? Like, if I were doing an encyclopedia and it was like, the dolphin, while its long nose won't be winning any pageants anytime soon. Like, it's just a strange thing to say. I didn't come to the encyclopedia of some beaver to know which one would win the debutante ball.
I still imagine, like, for some reason, Bill is writing all of these things. Specifically, Bill Anime.
Ah.
He has no style. He has no grace. This Pokemon has an unsophisticated face.
All right, let's listen into the DK rap. First time I've heard it.
Not self-deprecating. It's me deprecating.
It's me deprecating. No one else got insulted. You told me to act like a goofball. I didn't know you were gonna make that my thing. He has no style. He has no grace. Okay. Maybe it'll turn around. Maybe it'll turn around. This Kong has a funny face. Such a funny video. Tony Lazzuto.
Tony Lazzuto. Easily my favorite one.
Yeah.
The succulents one was also pretty good.
The what one?
Succulents. There was one that he there was just like people like, oh, we're gonna rob him. Oh, we should just talk to him. Whatever. We just need to go in. They go into the ship and just like, sir, it's just succulents. What? It's just succulents. It's just a whole bunch of just little potted plants everywhere. What? Is this the infinite robber of all the succulents in the galaxy? And then the captain just goes out like motionless because he's supposed to be like the video game protag and just goes out and shoots all of them. Like no thought.
Mm.
Then the main character like goes through a checkpoint and just see like on the scanner just succulents just across the ship. I think this might be the guy. What is Rain World?
Oh, I don't actually know how it plays. You play these little like cat slugs. That's not a very appealing way to describe them. I don't know how else to do it though.
Okay. I can sort of picture it in like a positive way.
Survival game. Game about dying to rain.
Oh, that game! The like platformer that you like fucking get got every 2 seconds. You gotta know this about me. It's an uphill battle for any game that is difficult. If there's a difficulty in the game, I almost always start out going like, I kind of don't like the difficulty of the game. Then I get used to it and get better and things like that, but it's always that kind of that sticking point.
I'm playing my current Persona 5 Royal Run on hard mode. It's not fun. I just thought I would do it because I played the game like 4 times already.
I much prefer games that flow well and are still difficult. Hades is a good example of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're really good at the execution of the buttons, some of the Devil May Cries work pretty well. Some of them are a little too chunky, but like, yeah.
If your difficulty is just a slider that like affects how much damage enemies do, how many rewards you get, and nothing else, I don't even think you should bother. I think you need to make a real difficulty change.
What is the most difficult game you think you've enjoyed?
I don't like any difficult games. I'm a pussy.
I know there's a lot of classic Super Nintendo games that I freaking love. Donkey Kong Country, like any of those.
I guess Radiant Dawn. Radiant Dawn is fucking hard for no reason.
Hades can get a bit difficult. I like that.
Skyrim has an abysmal hard difficulty. Yeah, it sure fucking does.
Oh, Elden Ring. There you go. That one's a good one.
Yeah, games that are based around skill and reaction time, like Soulsborns and Hades, tend to like actually, and like roguelikes actually, tend to be better suited for like, here's a higher difficulty level where we've like tweaked more than 2 numbers. And yeah.
Sorry, you're gonna continue?
Not really.
All right. Slay the Spire is actually like a ridiculously well balanced game, and has so many like tiny intricacies, especially in like the later ascensions, to actually get you like a better chance of success. It's ridiculous.
Piff so polite, says someone.
Thank you.
Says someone's mom watching this. That Piff is so polite.
Picks me up like a baby. So polite. Bye bye.
Have I played Celeste? Yeah, a little. I was like, this seems pretty good. I'm not gonna play it. And then I didn't. I'm a man of my word.
Piff lets us out of the mines, us. That Piff is so polite. What you guys doing in the mines anyway? Guys doing down there? Are you digging? I love digging. Yo, Piff, you play a game called The Messenger. I don't think I've played that, no.
Yo, Piff, you played a game called The Looker?
I did. God. Looker is such a good game. For, like, no reason.
I clicked to a random spot, and it was the bit where Aloha got tricked into drawing a cock and balls to solve a puzzle, and it broke him, and I went, I don't think I need to watch the rest of this, because I can't imagine something more fun happening than that.
That was the highlight. And then he played home and had the worst time, and I'm like, see?
See?
Biff, have you played a game before?
One.
I have at least played 750 games.
There's no one I grow more fearful of in terms of like, if you're ever like, oh, that game's bad, I'm like, oh, uh-oh. I think the only game that I've ever, and like, I think it was totally understandable, but the only game that you ever played that you didn't like that I did like was Potionomics, to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's probably the case. I'm definitely have a problem falling into like comparing games back to back, where like if something better came out that I played beforehand, and I played something that just does what the previous one does but worse, I go, no.
I think that's fair, honestly. That's terrible.
Piff, can you tell us the story of the RPG that took you 900 hours to complete again? I don't think this is the time right now.
I don't think this is the time. Never ask me again.
That's super fair, thank you. Do you want me to go down the, like, my opinions on Potionomics? Because now that it's, like, been some time, I can be a little bit more, like, mindful about what I'm, talking about.
I mean, if you want.
Sure. So, for one, I think, like, the story of Potionomics is pretty good. I kind of like the setting. The characters are phenomenal. the animation is amazing. The actual like visuals for the game, both the like visual style of the characters and how they move and all that other good stuff around that is very, very good. Music is actually really good. There's actually like
The
5
music is
tracks that I like.
excellent.
I'm very picky when it comes to like music tracks, and I think I have like 5 of them in my playlist, which is like a high number for a game. So I think the main problem that it comes down to is, I guess, expediency and the gameplay loop. Where I think mechanically, once you figure out what you're supposed to do, the rest of the things in the game feel unnecessary.
I do agree with that. I think once you got like there's definitely a quote unquote correct order to buy like all the upgrade. It's like, okay, you get the cauldron first, no matter what. And then you get like this thing, then that thing, and now you're at the most efficient you can be. Okay.
Getting materials can sometimes be fun, but again, it kind of just starts becoming a slog when you play through the entirety of the game. And it feels like let's pull up like a game that's a lot of people play and easy to kind of point at. So there is oh shoot, I forgot the name. Stardew, there we go. Stardew has multitude of different ways of playing the game. There's fishing, there's farming, there's like battling monsters, and there's like mining. And all of those kind of can weave into each other, but you can just focus on one, and there's still kind of an upgrade path through doing that. In Potionomics, it doesn't have really that like, oh, you can do one thing to weave into another sort of thing. It's more like one of these things is good, and if you pick that, great. And the other things can help you with that, but are not really that necessary. So it's instead of a kind of mechanic that like feeds into each other, it's one thing is good and the other ones are okay. And like you can like take parts and pieces to make that one part that's good better, but you can't just focus on, let's just say, going on adventures. Like you can do that a lot, but that's not going to help you in the long run. It like sort of works, but not really. I feel that the system, like the card system in the game, is kind of nice, but really only opens up and becomes fun or interesting towards the late game, where you can actually build a deck, and the early game is just more like you're just trying to do well, I guess. And then to actually do those, you have to spend time that you would be doing other actions in the game to try to befriend more and more and more people. And then also, like, mechanically befriending specific people are, like, better. Because they either give you better cards or better boosts for, like shops and things like that. Instead of like kind of going after the people that you want, you kind of have to go for everybody in specific ways to like kind of get a better edge on things.
Yeah, like I like Luna well enough, but like she's useless.
She has great music tracks. Like holy crap. But yeah, the card stuff's not great, and mechanically she's like what benefit she gives in the game is also not great.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's also you have to like spend a lot of your time. Like if you want to actually build up everybody, you have to spend so much time doing that. And that was most of my gameplay until I basically hit the last week, and it was so fast because I didn't have to go around and date everybody.
Yeah, I kind of like those. I'm a big fan of what I would call efficiency sims. So, like, I actually kind of like that, where it's just like, can you figure out how to do this very well and very quickly? So I ended up having, like, 2 weeks at the end of the game where it's like, oh, now I don't have to do anything. I guess I'll just end the game.
Yeah. I think I had to go through all of it for, like, specific achievement things, where, like, even if you did the most efficient stuff, like, these things would still be necessary. I think there was, like, something you had to do with, like, opening up a specific area and then, like, doing that area until you got, like, a thing. I think that was, like, one of the few things that were, like, left to do at the end of the game. It was very funny to be at, like, the end of the game and finally get the achievement of just, like, you lost. Because I had to, like, do that on purpose to get that achievement. So, it was very funny to be like, man, making potions could be interesting, but at the same time, I've also solved, like, the ingredients thing. At a certain point where I'm like, alright, these are the best ones, these are the cheapest, these ones give me the most amount of stuff, bang for a buck. I could go, like, out and try to, like, combine other things and whatnot, and I did that a bit at the beginning, but that took even more time. And I'm like, nah, just make it time efficient. And I just kind of, like, blasted through everything and still did extremely well by just, like, focusing on, like, smaller parts of it. And then people are just like, oh, yeah, that system, that used to be worse. I'm like, what do you mean it was worse? Oh, yeah, you couldn't sort it. I'm like, what do you mean you couldn't sort it?
That's
I was so retroactively mad about that.
That is insane.
I think there's a lot of people who said this, but, like, the battles at the end for, like, the tournament thing to continue on, that would have been fun to just kind of, like, flex your deck a little bit, but a lot of the time, like, you already have, like, a decent enough potion so you barely had to use your deck, or you just won straight up.
Yeah, I just won straight up on the last 3 boss fights, and I was like, oh. And I had to look up the boss music later. I was like, this is fucking amazing. It's a shame no one's gonna hear it. There is the final boss of Potionomics has, like, technically 2 phases where it's like, all right, you've beaten me now, but I'm gonna use magic so everyone forgets and you have to beat me again, and I've got a slightly better potion. And I just presented the same potion and won again because I think I played 1 card and it was like, fuck. and the final boss, I can play it actually. Hang on. I used it for something in a personal project. It's called, like, Sylvia's Last Deal or something. Sylvia's Final Offer. This song fucks so hard. Watch.
Oh yeah, I have that on my playlist.
So you got this kick-ass song, but then if you're, like, playing it like me, you hear this. Fight's over. Like, that's rough.
Yeah. Might just be you. No, that was my entire thing too.
Someone in chat was like, oh, I didn't realize they even had special boss music. And yeah, this is another really good one. This is the theme when the tax collector witch shows up. It's fucking good.
So, when I played Potionomics, I could not stop comparing it to Reciteer.
Yeah, it is a Reciteer game.
And I was like, oh, they tried to do this, 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 and this. None of this functionally works. As game mechanics, they basically made a really cool system that didn't link up with the other systems. And I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, I do just like how separate the card minigame. I just called it a minigame. It shouldn't be. It's the main game. It's what you're doing. But you only get, and I think it's really good. Like I really like how it's balanced. It's like too easy on the boss fights, but in general, I really like it. Except you never get to do it.
Yeah. It is absurd that they have like in-depth systems that like don't work because it's, how do I put this? It's a system that goes, great, I did my job, and then leaves, instead of it going, all right, because of like these things, doing this well will like link up with this thing, and then like it kind of links with other aspects of the game, so you can very much focus on either one thing or another and have a lot of one thing but still like get trickle down of a few other things. And then like you can do that with the other systems in the game. If you're really like dating, you can do like that to then get like a whole bunch of stuff and then trickle down a few other things. But in the game you have to do everything because no one thing can give you what you need. So you have to do all of them. Which is like fine. Sometimes you just want to play the game and see all the different aspects of the game, but you also don't get to have a style in the game either. Like, again, I point at, like, even just Reciteer. You can play that game in a myriad of ways. You can actually strictly just buy from shops that are around and then resell those items and just be, like, really frugal and make sure that you're, like, trying to get into the, like, rhythm of the events and things like that. There's also, like, vending machines that kind of go around, like, haggling. So in certain sections where it's just like, no, this is the item, but people are going to haggle you down, you can shove all of those into the vending machine, and then those prices are flat, and there's no haggling. And then there are, you can just go like, oh, I don't want to do any of that. I'm going to go dungeon diving and just collect items strictly from doing that, and then sell those instead of doing the, like, bargaining in other shops thing. And you can swap between either one of those as much as you want. There's benefits, there's ups and downsides to both of those, but those are just gameplay types that you can interact with. And they don't have that in Potionomics. Even though they follow almost the exact same, like, types of things in the game. They even have the vending machines. Sorry. I get very passionate when it gets to game mechanics.
How dare you speak? Now, Piff, you know how much I hate criticizing things. This makes me very... I can't even do it for 2 seconds.
I feel it is a game that, surprisingly, you could just tweak quite a few of the things in the game, and I feel like it would actually work out super well.
Yeah. I'm hopeful that the Masterwork Edition will rebalance some stuff in a good way.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that it is not strictly like, oh, this is harder, so I have to actually, like, all these things that I'm trying to do actually, like, will be worth it or not. But, like, no, that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is, like, for the game to, for one, really fix the, like, go out and explore and defeat the enemies by giving them potions. Like, that's a cool idea, but it's not balanced super well. Like, the amount of time that it takes to do that, as well as, like, the amount of potions that you need to give, which also takes time to, like, make and do, is strictly not worth it. Like, it is one of the worst ways to gain equipments and things like that. Or not equipment, items.
Ingredients?
Yeah. I know they have, like, specific ones that you can get while going out, being like, you found a new one, so it'll show up in the shop or whatever.
I do think I completely disagree with you on that. What other ways are you supposed to get ingredients? That was, like, absolutely the best way to do it, I found.
I pretty much strictly just bought them, or used the cats.
I did not have the money to use the cats until the end of the game, at which point the cats were no longer useful. So I was like, okay. I think I mentioned this. So if you haven't seen Potion... Whoa! I knocked something over. If you haven't seen any Potionomics gameplay, at its super most base level, you're combining different mixtures of 5 different colors of ingredient type, and it's like red, green, yellow, blue, and purple. And you get one of red, green, and yellow for free each. You never get a base purple or blue unit, and they're not like supposed to be rare or anything. You just need to go adventure and get a drop randomly. I did not get a basic blue unit until the last week of the game. It just worked out that way, and I never got one. So I was always hurting for good ingredients, and I literally always needed to be doing the adventures. And I gave Quinn every single ingredient I got the first time I got one, because, like, literally, why would you not do that? But yeah. So I was like doing the adventure stuff, and I liked how many potions it took, because it gave me something that scaled to actually do in the game. Because, like, in the late game, I don't need money anymore. Like, the back half of the game is so easy.
Yeah, which was hysterical, because they gave you also the, like, the plants, the little slime.
Yeah, the little slime guys.
And that made things so much easier. Holy shit.
Yeah, the slime guys are nuts. They are cute.
I was using every single aspect of the game. I'm like, this is... Not that I'm, like, going like, oh, this is so easy. I don't even need to do anything. I'm just like, I needed these mechanics earlier, not later. This doesn't add anything. Don't give me a fucking car at the end of the game.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it this time.
No.
How's moving been? It's moving. Moving sucks. It's very annoying to really want to keep working on stuff and then have to, like, God, like, literally fucking, was this yesterday? Oh my God, it was. I was like, okay, I was busy every single day this week doing something. Let's go. I'm just gonna work on something fun or maybe even just this. I worked on this. I was like, I'm gonna spend the rest of the night working on this video because I haven't touched it in a week, and that makes me feel bad. And I start working on it and immediately knock something over, have to clean up, and I go to throw, like, literally, like, 2 what do you call these? Just 2, like, not tissues, paper towels. Nope, also wrong. Toilet paper. Thank you, brain. Jesus Christ. Like, we don't have any tissues in the upper floor of my house, so I just went up to the bathroom, cleaned it up with some paper towels. No. My brain has been fucking awful this week, and it's making me really angry. I actually just smacked my own head out of pure real frustration. It's getting so fucking annoying. With toilet paper. And then I like threw them in the toilet and it just like instantly clogged, which it hasn't done before at all. And I realized, oh, we just moved here. We don't have any plungers. So now I need to drive out and go get a fucking plunger. Like, just like shit like that keeps happening. And it's really exhausting.
Fair.
Maybe I should put these together.
Has two characters smooch on screen. Right, I was supposed to end the criticism like a nice sandwich, where I say something nice, then negative, then nice. Is there anything I didn't mention?
Nope, I hate everything. Good night.
I mean, I did have a pretty good time actually going on the dates with everyone.
The character, there's no losers. Like, I think there's no option who, if someone's like, I dated this character, I'd be like, ew. I wonder if Jello's seen the wild robot. No, I have not. You moved in with your girlfriend, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually going to save time for once and just do this.
Yep.
Yep.
I love efficiency, and that includes time. Let's go.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that. When you put in efficiency about everything in the game but time, it's not efficient.
I'm going to need to stop the stream at some point to make salmon for Amy.
Salmon.
Salmon? Ain't that what the JoJo characters use in part 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Cooking stream. I'm not Oz. I don't have the capability to set up a camera and do stuff with it.
I tried doing that. Awful.
Yeah.
I need, like, an actual camera, an actual, like, headless, like, sorry, headless, cordless headset. And I also need, like, a good, like, mic I can either carry around or have it, like, the lapel mic. And then I'd be like, I can now do cooking stuff. Because last time I tried to do, like, a webcam with, like, a held microphone and the shittiest wireless headsets. I hate those things because they're so loud when they're just like, disconnecting! I'm like, fuck. also too tiny for my head.
It's too tiny for my head. Too tiny for my head. Yeah, I want to do another lemonade stream now that I have a new location that has a lot of good lemonade. But, I don't want to figure out how to do that. Thanks.
You know what they say, God gives you lemons, make a monopoly.
What?
What?
They say that? I guess I gotta go.
Gotta go get some lemons.
No, the trick is you have to be given lemons. You can't just get them yourself.
When God gives you lemons, you die.
You die. Gotta do something about this G. Ruining the neighborhood.
Who is this God fellow, and why is he giving you lemons?
That's my 1950s father checking up on me. Now, Jello, I don't like you hanging around this God. Yeah, they always said shit like that in the 1950s. Well, I can't fucking yawn.
I guess not.
Oh. Now I'm going to starve. Bro yawns like an anime girl. Shut up! Yeah, no I don't!
Whenever I hear that, like, I just imagine they're like doing a karate chop or something like that.
Yeah. Vixen yawn? Yeah, that did sound like Vixen. Vixen's laugh and yawn sound changed after they got on antidepressants.
Oh.
Look it up. See, follow the money. That shocked me awake. What did?
The yawn?
Better not be. Ow, what the fuck? My dog just bit me. That's because you said I had an anime girl yawn. How does one yassify their yawns like you? Shut the fuck up.
Somebody heard that yawn was like... I'm saying they're shook.
Oh, I was like, what?
I do sometimes speak in moon language.
Okay, to be fair, you do yawn like you're trying to seduce a harem anime protagonist. What the fuck?
The dog bites again.
Oh, I forgot my umbrella. The dog bite.
Thank you for pets. In my chat, I'm so glad Jello chat is bullying him so I can sit here and talk about the mines.
Are those mutually exclusive? If I'm not being bullied, can no one speak of the mines?
I guess it would be their job to bully you if somebody else wasn't doing it. So that's
Oh,
filled so
good.
they can
Thanks.
do.
I'm not Vixen. You guys can't do this to me.
You can give me a bully.
No one wants to bully you.
All right. Jello says you can't bully me. I now have a conflict of interest. It is true. Some people can really like finesse bullying, but most of the time I'm just like, "Aw, you were being mean. Oh no."
Most of the time, my friends don't deserve to be bullied. But sometimes Vixen sticks a repeatedly broken controller into Pal World and loses her save file. Truly the most indefensible series of shit she's ever done.
God, that is still so funny. Of just like, I don't have another controller. It's being mailed.
Wait, you said you didn't have one earlier. Yeah, I had. I just didn't want to take it out of the box. Vixen!
Didn't want to take it out of the box. I love how somebody in the comments were just like, Vixen, you had a controller, and somebody just below that was just like, no, you see, she didn't have another controller. I thought it was the funniest thing, and of course the internet did the internet thing, and somebody went, factually, she did have another controller. I'm like, you ruined the joke. I'm sorry.
God. Can't believe that shit. I commented on your edit of that video just, why call it this? Why not just call it So Jello Was Right Yet Again? Shut up!
Shut up.
Shut up! Oh, that's Savvy, maybe?
Yeah. Hello.
See, I get one fucking phoneme and I can tell it's Savvy, and everyone else thinks it's Aram somehow.
Or Nubby, but Nubby makes more sense because if you hear me say something like with a word that is like accent agnostic, we have a similar tone.
Accent agnostic, that's funny. Yeah, like Nubby sounds like American you, but like way sleepier. So if you come in and you're tired, because like you sound more like Nubby when you're tired, because when you're awake, you're like, oh no, I've got a lot of energy, and I'm fucking pissed about Jujutsu Kaisen. And then Nubby's general tone, I don't know as well because I don't speak to Nubby as much as I speak to you, but like it's much like it's a more rounded sound in general, and it's much sleepier.
That had like the makings of a very good impression of Nubby. Actually, you got the pronunciations very like the roundedness of how he talks very well.
Nubby has a distinctive voice.
Also, Savvy, how was Chromarite? It was great, but maybe you know how you can tell how it was. You go watch it on my channel, twitch.tv/eternal_savvy. But no, for real, it was great. I'm so fucking glad to be back doing that tabletop game again.
God, I love the Piff sounds like he's 1 second away from breaking down into tears,
No.
like Mirabelle, but more chill.
Piff sounds like in a fantasy game where you're walking by the road and there's like, God, the word I want to use is a round merchant. I don't mean fat. I mean it's a creature that's a circle, like a Totoro shaped thing or like a little bean guy, and it's sleeping with a hat under its eyes, and you interact with it. It lifts up the rim of the hat and goes, "Oh, you want to buy something? Okay."
Take a look. Hope you like it.
God, in the Trails of Cold Steel series, which has pretty good voice work for the most part. Obviously, they do those like barks for shop stuff, exactly like Piff was just doing. And I don't know what they had against Tio's voice actress, but they picked like I realized for the shopkeepers, they just took the lines where it's like, have another, or thanks for stopping by. They took them from other parts of the game and just reused them instead of like actually just recording shop barks. And someone went through and was like, what are the worst reads that Tia's actress did in the whole game? Or Tita? What's her fucking name? The little blonde explosion girl. Who you think I would know based on that description. And everyone else is just like, thanks for stopping in. I got something on sale. But she goes, thanks. Like she's got a whole booger shoved up her nose.
This comment. Piff sounds like corduroy fabric. Savvy sounds like mint. Aram sounds like black coffee. And Jello sounds like peanut butter. Yeah, Jello gets stuck to the roof of my mouth.
What?
Like
I agree. What was the Piff description there?
corduroy fabric.
I agree with that. Corduroy has a soft, comforting energy to it. I like it. I feel safe around corduroy. Savvy, I would not say mint, but like I could see it. I could see like a peppermint patty kind of mint happening. It needs to have chocolate in it also. Aram, sure. I don't know if I agree with me being peanut butter.
Personally, I don't agree with peanut butter for Jello.
I am very curious on which kind, because I feel like peanut butter has such a wide breadth of like possible like tastes and textures and things like that.
The way that the chat cut up this comment made me raise an eyebrow, where it says, wait, I thought Savvy was black coffee. Savvy mint, definitely not. I was like, if you thought I was black, get your eyes checked. I think I've always had a representative icon of my skin color until I picked monkey as my thing.
In fairness, I don't have anyone's icons visible on my thing. I don't have a Discord overlay, but yeah, that would be very funny.
That would be very funny, but
I know
fortunately, no.
I know Will gets that a lot, where people hear his voice and think he's black.
So.
I did too, like 12 years ago when we met, which is so funny because Will is probably the whitest man I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, once you get to know him, it's just like, oh, you're like white.
Will is like, hang on, wait, I want to make it. Will is like hexadecimal sextuple F white.
Yeah.
And like he knows, he owns it.
Yeah.
He knows. No, he knows.
Like if you tell him that, he'll go, "Oh yeah, I'm white as day. I'll have something and be like, oh, it's kind of spicy."
White as day. That starts at midnight.
I didn't realize Will was white until I watched an animatic stream where they made him white. That is a funny way to find out. I still get blown away by and yet no bananas somehow just hard reading that I had long hair in high school as well.
You sound like how you look, Savvy, I will say.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's just a neutral statement. You just,
Yeah.
if I didn't know what you looked like and you showed me, I'd go, yeah. Like, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Piff, you can't just assassinate Will like that. What did Piff say?
You said like, I'm like the whitest every day, and I'm like, yeah, every day. That starts at midnight.
Ah, okay.
I didn't think it was too assassiny.
Your Honor.
You would agree.
You know, Mystery 10, I will absolutely take you picturing me as Odile as a result of that first encountering of me. Very gender.
Such gender. Ew.
As someone who's met Jello in person, Jello sounds a lot shorter than he is.
I've heard that. I've heard that multiple times, actually. I've heard people be like, "You sound scrappy and annoying and small."
I don't know, you kind of sound like the annoying as fuck sidekick that everyone fucking hates. God. How tall is Jello? Why don't you reveal that information?
I'm 6'5". I'm still 6'5".
Yep. Jello is a giant. It's not just like, oh yeah, like I'm 6'1". No, it's 6'5". Like genuinely very fucking tall.
Yep, we did a bunch of epithet meet and greet shit while moving, and everybody has to. I have to bend down, and everyone's scared.
Meanwhile, I'm the middle of the bell curve. I'm 5'10", baby.
Average.
Average! Fucking Farquad meme. Average.
Perfectly average height.
Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted to call that.
I am only slightly above the curve. Or, I guess below, because it goes down. I guess it depends on what... Anyway. 6. Basically 6 foot.
The way you said 6, I immediately envisioned the fucking like we're sitting around the table in the fucking American Psycho card scene, but it's just cards with our heights written on them.
They're all visibly lies based on our visible.
I love that one post online, which is about the guy who's like the guy who's like pretty tall. He's like 6'3" or something, and he lies about his height to say he's shorter to make all of the other guys panic around him. Wait a minute, but if this guy's like 6'1", then I must be like, no, I can't be like 5'6". That doesn't sound right.
The someone in chat says, my sister's girlfriend is 6'5", which ask her, how does it feel to have won the lesbian lottery?
Yeah, like, I raised my eyebrows as like, oh, tall. Tall is just fun. Tall fun.
I very often, Amy will like walk up to me and her forehead is like kissing height with my lips, and I will like hug her and give her a little kiss and just affectionately go like, you are so small, you're so short. She's like, no, I'm not, because she's like tall. I don't even know. I don't know. Everyone's the same height. When you're 6'5", everyone else is just short. Look, I don't have to tell you.
Oh, I've been Jello. I've been asked to show you my hot old lady from Kromerai, who is a sex worker. Because old lady.
Okay, give me a second.
I have sent.
Yep. Give me a second. I'm saving some files.
Yeah, no problem. You're busy. You're working.
Okay. God, what a cartoonishly fucking savvy design this is. Jesus Christ.
I indulged when I was designing Cordelia.
Why not just give her a monkey tail and like go the whole 9 yards?
Cause she's not monkey coded, okay? Can we see the Cordelia? I don't know where I'd put it for this.
I can just put it on my Photoshop.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably gonna have an ugly black surround. Yep, that's what I thought.
Behold.
With secret horse watermark on top of her.
New rare version of Cordelia.
It's just such a savvy drawing. Jesus Christ.
How the hell do I come back to monkey coded? Me. That's how. Because I'm here.
Never question me again.
Never if I'm here, you better just fucking expect apes, you goddamn troglodyte.
Heart.
Okay.
Also, yes, she is vaping with big, dumb, stupid, chromed out vape. Because funny.
Funny. It's a funny monkey, dude.
It's a funny monkey, dude.
Sentenced to death.
Oh, wait a minute. I forget something else. It's alright, I guess. Anyway, sentenced to death.
That's Piff in like 50 years.
What, the picture of Savvy's girl? What are we reacting to? The wheel?
The funny monkey? The horse?
Piff being sentenced to death? I meant Savvy. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry, Savvy. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Savvy. NFTs have ruined apes for me forever, and I'm afraid nothing will ever save it. That sounds like a you problem, because my love of monkeys shone brighter than my hatred of NFTs. Which is to say, fuck NFTs. Monkeys are their own thing, and NFTs will die a horrible and dark death and will be forgotten forever in naught but a few years. Monkeys are eternal, for we are them.
Don't worry, Savvy. You don't have to clarify like, oh, I hope no one thinks I like NFTs, because earlier I fucking fumbled my words and swapped two terms and was like, I basically said like, thank God for the All Lives Matter movement. Which...
Oh God, that's a fumble, Jesus.
I was like, wait, did I fuck that up in the worst way possible? Oh yeah, I super did. Shit. No, I meant Black Lives Matter.
Wait a minute. Oh no, clip it out of context and spread it around. Oh no.
No.
Don't do that.
No, the people who hate me are all like racist freaks who hate trans people, so that would be like a point in their favor, so no one would do that. They'd be like, oh, this guy's alright. Wait a minute.
Savvy, were you born in the year of the monkey? I'm not fucking with you. Genuinely, yes, I am a monkey when it comes to the Zodiac.
Oh, right, I have to change my, I have to change my display to After Effects.
There's so many stories. Sorry, you were saying?
Nope, go
After
ahead.
Effects stuff?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. I've never, in real life, and even in chat, have ever seen or met somebody that was just like, hey, what's your Zodiac?
I have.
Maybe I've just gotten... Go ahead.
I've never met anyone who was like serious about it. It's always just been like a neat thing that we talk about.
Let's see. Change the music back to something a little more pleasant as well. Okay. Fan art, garb, inspiration. Where the fuck do I need to go? OP list, theater. All this shit, please. Give me that crap.
Stretch.
Oh, big stretch.
Sally, how do you feel about Ritsu from Fruits Basket? Hold on.
I don't know who that is, which means they're probably bad, so I'm gonna guess you're gonna be disappointed.
This sure is a person? I have not I've not watched Fruits Basket. Are they? Oh, okay. You asked, is this person gender fluid? Is that why you're asking? Because I'm seeing pictures of them where they look male and female. Is that like the deal, or are they trans? I've not watched the show. I apologize.
All of the characters in Fruits Basket can transform into a like year of the blank animal.
Oh, okay.
Whenever they get hugged by a member of the opposite sex.
Oh, that explains the monkey. That explains the monkey in the bottom left of this random photo here. I would have to watch the show to know what I think, and I am terrible at watching things.
Which one is Ritsu? Fruits Basket, Ritsu.
I guess as a side, somebody asked me like, "Hey, what's your like type? Like, what's your taste?" And I had to sit there and think like, I don't like. I have like visual like aesthetics I like. I have little creatures I like, but I think they were specifically asking in the context of just like what are you attracted to? And I really had to just sit there and think like, what the hell? And I was just like, people who are nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Ritsu's the obligatory early 2000s shoujo weird Japan handling gender character. Yeah, okay. Why they be doing that?
I need to message Yam about watching some more D. Grey Man so I can actually watch something that brings me joy again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
D. Grey Man's been a good time so far. It's aged poorly in some places, but is otherwise pretty damn enjoyable.
Theater words. Hey. Okay.
Piff, I have news for you. What is it?
Good. OP list. Oh, right. I forgot how I do this. Recent, please. Open recent. I think it's this, right? You don't need to save it. It's fine. Yep. Okay. Do a new folder. Theming good. Let's go ahead and put all that shit in this folder now. Theming good. Good theming base. New comp from selection. Good theming. Okay. And then all the other shit that I just put into the thing, I gotta put it into the new thing. That's how it works. Boop.
I don't know, things like types are pretty hard of a concept because I guess that only happens once you've had crushes, so you can look back and go, oh, there's a pattern. Yeah, no, when it comes to types, it's yeah. I mean, it's kind of like bullshit because at the end of the day, there is certainly like some trends, I suppose, with like people I've like been in relationships with, but like also no there fucking isn't. A lot of the time you encounter somebody and it's just like, oh, we work, and then you are in a relationship until you aren't, or you keep being in a relationship. And types are really just more of a like, I don't know, it's more like a compass where you can just generally be like, I'm gonna be looking for this general trait in a character design or something, or in a person, if we're talking about dating, and then like I guess that can help me find stuff or find people I like, but it usually does not work out that way. Usually it's like you said, you like stuff and then there's a pattern to them.
Cart. Horse wheel. Here we go. Everybody loves boring fucking editing. That's why I'm streaming it. because everyone loves being bored.
I have a bunch of editing I need to do for some stuff as well, and it's oh, I'm putting it off because editing. I am not built for editing, dude.
Okay. These are
What the hell?
What?
I think somebody responded to everyone loves boring editing, and somebody in chat, it works for Piff.
Damn. Mean.
Yeah, for a long time, I thought it was actually like really, really, really bad if somebody was just like, "Oh man, I was getting sleepy here." I'm like, "No, but I meant no. I gotta do something that's entertaining." But like, being calm and comfortable in a place is not bad.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, God, I wouldn't have a fucking audience and streaming if that wasn't like an appeal for people. My stuff is generally so like just vibey that I'm very fucking glad that that's an audience that is out there. Because I've tried the whole like being really like blah, 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 just constantly like being really upbeat, screaming and making noises. But it doesn't
I'm trying
work
to. Hey, chat. Hey, what's up, gamers?
I've tried morphing into a dinosaur on stream before and it doesn't work, you know.
Welcome back to Hernia stream.
Did you hernia the news?
Good theming.
I've tried the whole thing and it didn't really work out. It's a good
Are you thwomping it?
Yeah, I'm in the strip club and I'm straight up thwomping it. Buy it.
Oh.
It's just in my peanuts.
Is that somehow an actual thing? All right.
No, I have a fucking brain made out of fucking goo, and so when I vaguely hear something that reminds me of a stupid meme I like, I will supplant the words.
Oh.
You see, my brain is broken. You see.
I have not yet saved the trees. I need to do that.
I'm in the strip club.
Dolorax.
Jorking it. Buy it.
Trees. BG. Oh, that one's wrong. Theater tree A. Oh, I should probably just center all of these, or this is going to be fucking annoying otherwise. I'm doing something in Photoshop real quick. Oh, wait, you guys can see. I have a full monitor up right now. Okay. Theater tree A. Theater tree B. Nope. Theater. Tree.
Theater.
Oh my. Interior. Brain. Day.
Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater.
I think that's everything.
All right. Have a good head out.
What?
Somebody's like, I'm gonna head out.
Oh. I couldn't tell if that was you saying goodbye to somebody or you were like, oh, fuck, I'm leaving.
Just suddenly.
Later.
Oh, goodbye.
Also, Will is him. He just uses Peepo as a ping tuber because Peepo is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that. It's fine.
Good. Good.
Good. Are you guys gonna do that every time I play the audio of me saying good?
Good.
Hours of Jello saying good.
I hope it's just like good. Instead of just like good.
Hmm.
I'm assuming that's like part of a sentence, so you're probably
Yeah,
like,
it's
leading off.
It's me saying good theming and just good.
Ah.
Good luck with that crude oil.
I rarely know what you're talking about.
You've caught me after a game, running a game, and so my brain is currently in like just fucking say shit mode. So
Mhm.
I apologize for your loss. That makes sense. I don't know.
So what I'm hearing is we've got peak savage. Someone just went, I love drinking crude oil, so at least someone knows what you're talking about.
You get it. I love drinking crude oil.
All right, let's make these green. Let's make this dark green because that's the tree background. Scoot these over here. I don't want them yet.
How was the game, Savvy?
It was really good. It went really well. I'm so
Good.
fucking happy to be back. It was initially ran like I think 3 years ago. I ran YAAAAAAY with Christian, and I was like, you know how games go, where you're like, this will only take this many episodes, and then it doesn't. It takes more.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was already kind of taking longer than anticipated, and then like I had to move. Then I like was moving out, and a bunch of shit happened with me. And then Christian got called out on disaster relief a bunch of times in a row. And then I was doing a bunch of stuff too. And then it was just like, oops, 3 years has passed. And I I promised myself when I started that game that I would finish it. And so, you know, here we are finally doing it. And I decided I'm going to give it a slight rebrand because I decided to do a little like narrative, non-chronological, like flash forward, flashback thing to open up the game, which went really well. I was really happy with how the vibes turned out on that, and now we're back into it in like the meat of the game with like the big climax happening.
Good.
And I'm so fucking hyped to be there, dude.
Nice.
This has turned into like a mini game where I don't want to play the audio that many times because now every time you guys do, you're gonna go good. Making fun of me. Vixen voice. Making fun of me. Acknowledging I exist is making fun of me.
My like business
Good.
brain goes good, easy engagement. Number easy to go up. Everyone just say good whenever you play the good sound.
Also,
Good.
Man.
theming.
I love Vixen. What the fuck was with that controller shenanigans, dude?
I have no clue. If I saw a piece of technology has like went on fire, I'm not using that.
It was melted, dude. It was fucking. I can't fathom seeing that and going, no guys, it's still good, and then fucking using it again. Deranged.
I can't imagine fucking playing Pal World.
That too.
Yeah, one of the few
But
games
you know
I actually
what?
will just like refuse to play.
But you know what? In this particular occasion, 2 wrongs did make a right because the controller deleted Pal World forever.
I guess.
Good theming. This is perhaps the hardest.
Yeah, the fucking chat when everyone was like, Vixen, what the fuck? Fucking Oz in the chat going, you are insufferable. In that fucking image. God, that's such an Oz thing. That's so funny.
You are insufferable.
Oh, God.
It's just a funny little game. It's just a little AI game. It's a funny little guy.
God, I was... Discord's on my other thing, right? No? Okay, let me move it back. What did I say to Vixen the other day? Nope, can't do that. This is really important. Yeah, like right after that happened, close this. Yeah, I go, I'm not even joking. This is truly the least I've ever sympathized for you ever, Vixen, in the 6 or so years I've known you.
Oh no, the demonstrably evil game I never should have been playing but like to play anyways because it's a monster collector deleted my save file. Because of corrupted software on a controller I used. I had no idea it would fry my computer even though it literally was on fire. There were no warning signs.
She goes, content. And I quote it and go, when Vixen starts playing Hogwarts Legacy to fill the void. It's just a funny little game, you guys. Hey, don't put that evil in my mouth. Vixen, I'm going to be 1,000% honest. You would. I would not, because I didn't. No, I was like, no, you would absolutely play Hogwarts Legacy if it were a monster collector. No, I do not believe you. I guess we'll never know. And then I just squinting emoji at her. She would. She would. I love Vixen, but she fucking absolutely would.
Good theming.
I'll be in her corner. I have faith that she wouldn't.
I don't.
Then I guess we are gonna have to disagree.
But can't you collect monsters in that game? It's not a monster collector. If it were marketed as a monster collector and she heard it was good and she heard it was
good,
she would play it.
New update. You can now collect and battle house elves. Vixen, hear me out.
Oh, that was I thought
fucking holy shit.
theming.
Oh,
This
I
God,
thought
the
that was
concept of
real.
No, that was a joke. Can you? I am dying at the sheer the fucking concept of collecting and battling house elves.
Uh-oh.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm not going to say Vixen's biggest flaw is I'm not going to say she has no morality when it comes to something that she's like, but it gives me the feel good emotion. But her morality is fucking flexible. Pal World, she should never have played Pal World, dude. The game is so evil. It's so evil.
I'll give perspective on my side. From what I heard of, like, yeah, Vixen loves monster collecting games. But I think the reasoning for specifically Pal World that I remember was, I want to be in the ship when it sinks. Which I'm not quite sure would be the same for the Hogwarts thing. But like, I wouldn't really know in that particular scenario, but I do not think it's the same scenario.
Good
The
theming.
funny thing is that
This
like,
is
you know,
perhaps
she was on the ship and the iceberg was right in their path, and she did the equivalent of getting into a lifeboat and then blowing up the bottom with dynamite.
How is Power World evil? AI shit, and they stole a bunch of designs, and also the guy who created it and his team are all fuckwads. They're like pro NFT freaks. So supporting the game by giving it money and playing hundreds of hours of it on your channel is bad. It's a bad thing to do.
Yeah. I like to bring up the for this chat specifically. If you remember the Pokemon Let's Make a Pokemon video thing Jello made a few years back, there was a small teapot elephant, and if you look at that design and the design of, I don't know, one of the Palmons in Pal World, you might notice that they are suspiciously same shaped, maybe even having the same general design locations of the colors, maybe just the two colors swapped between each other.
There are much worse design. Genuinely, I do not believe the Power World creators saw our video and were like, we'll take that one. I don't think that happened. Because we're not the first people to associate an elephant with a tea kettle. But I have seen some designs from, like, there's people who are like, I made a fan Pokemon for fun on, like, DeviantArt. They took it. It's in the game. And it is, like, 1-to-1 the same fucking thing.
Yeah. I have also seen those.
Man, on a different note, I think I just found a new favorite candy recently.
Are you eating it right now?
I am. I'm gonna stop eating it if you can hear.
I'm straight slunking it.
I am straight slunking it. If you can hear me chewing, I don't want to subject people to that because that shit is gross. If you don't like
it, wasn't like mouth sounds. I could just hear that you are eating something, and there's a little bit of bag noise. It wasn't that bad.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, no, it's called fizzy fish. They're like, they're like a hard gummy, but they have a little bit of sour sugar all over it. And it's like the perfect confluence of everything I love in a candy, of just really good chew, not too sweet, and a little sour. And it's like, oh, mwah.
Nice. My favorite candy was, what are those little gobstoppers? That's what they're called.
Oh, okay.
They're the perfect size and also, like, texture to be like, I can just pop this in my mouth and just kind of leave it there and then, like, enjoy the different flavors throughout it. Then have that, like, nice, like, kind of break apart center thing. Or, like, if you're a freaking monster, you can just chow down on
Oh my god, no, don't bite into a gobstopper. It'll stop your gob, bro.
I warned you about the gob, bro.
My teeth are powerful. They chomped right through them.
God, that, like, hurts my teeth to think about.
They won't be powerful for long. Man, I remember that my first ever exposure to Jawbreakers was Ed, Ed, and Eddie when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And so for the longest time, I was like, oh, these things seem great. I want to try them. And I finally got a hold of one, and I was like, shit's taken a while. Yeah. This is longer than I would like.
I remember Jawbreakers in Ed, and Eddie, and I looked at it when those look fucking awful. And then I saw one. I actually have seen a Ed, Eddie sized Jawbreaker in a specialty candy store once. It's like the size of a child's noggin.
Good.
And then you bought it, and then you went, I'm gonna eat this just like Ed. And then you went, and then
I mean, I say those exact words before I eat anything, Savvy. So yes, that did happen verbatim. You can quote me.
Yeah. as we all know, Jello's Jello's role model his whole life has been Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Which Ed?
Yep.
You tell me.
I slurped it down Kirby style.
I slipped down Kirby style.
Until a shadowy figure appeared at the bottom of my bed and said,
You'll die. You'll die. It's so fucking funny.
Just you'll die.
You'll die. What does this have to do with meatballs? I don't know. That's why I was laughing.
So now I just chew my meatballs like a normal person. Wait, he was eating them whole?
Oh, that was weird.
Swallowing meatballs whole.
Good.
I don't know how anyone, like, I understand, like, you can, but why would you ever want to? Wouldn't you want
Good.
flavor when eating your food?
Listen, there's a kid out there.
Good.
There's the milk webkins. So, like, kids are just fucking weird. You just get weird. You just do weird shit when you're a kid.
Milk Webkins? What?
Oh, you don't know about the there was a kid who used to have a Webkins plush, and they oh god, they would soak it in milk
Good.
so that they
Oh.
could suck it out of it,
Oh, that okay.
and they would throw it against a
Good
wall, and it would
feet.
make a really heavy thud.
Good.
I mean, okay. I've heard of people like mocking that indirectly.
Awful.
Kids be fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, no chat, not good.
Good.
Specifically not good.
Good. Good. Good.
That looks nice.
Stop, Jello. I need to check the timing. Look, you guys signed on to this. I didn't want you to do it. Blame your own selves. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just here listening to the Goody Two Shoes soundtrack.
How are you doing, Piff? How many ghosts are you pulling today? 7. I'm doing well.
Me when I'm a British guy who likes to date ghost girls.
Winks.
Spectral Fusion, aka Oz, thank you for the raid.
No way.
Spectral, you say?
Ghost.
Ghost.
That looks like shit.
Thanks, Piff. You're welcome.
Piff, one of my favorite things about you is how you will always play along with the Piff. How long have you been here? Hi, bit. Literally no, like any amount of time. It keeps happening.
Good. Good.
Yeah, that's some After Effects bounce right there. That looks nice. Wait, I missed an Oz stream? What am I doing here? Wow. Okay.
Oh, I see.
See how it is.
Good theming.
You like Oz? Wow.
Did Velvet get you into Little Goody Two Shoes? No, Oz and I were looking at it last year when it came out. Because it's Ozcore. Oh. Look at that. You're actually in the wrong spot. Just bring you up a little bit.
Well, that's a voice I haven't heard in literal eons on this stream. Literal, huh?
What?
I'm assuming that it's either either of you two, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just my voice.
In related news, my ear surgery went great. That's awesome, man.
Great job.
Great surgery.
I will be Abby.
Well, time passes differently in Brooklyn.
I look at you. Why did you say that?
I don't know. I mean, like, technically not wrong, but also
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean technically not wrong?
there's time zones, but it's fine.
I think time passes the same way. It's just... Also, you and I are both in the Brooklyn time zone, Piff. Whoa.
So am I. I'm in your backyard and I'm rapidly approaching you.
Whoa. Be careful of the ticks.
I'm so happy I've never gotten a tick.
They're terrifying little buggers.
They are gross.
I understand that they are important for the ecosystem, but I fucking detest them and they squick me the fuck out. They are in a very small list of creatures where I just want to not fucking think about them ever.
Fair.
Also included is maggots.
Yeah, I maggots really fucked me up. I don't like them. I don't like them.
I don't like them.
I don't like them. Wake up and makeup.
Oz says, #1 disgusto.
Maggots or ticks? Feels like maggots would be my guess.
Did you fucking know that there is a type of tick where if it bites you,
You'll die.
you just can't eat meat ever again?
No, I did not know that.
It's fucking wild.
Oz says, ticks, I can eat maggots no problem.
fucking bird coded.
Wait, this is a theater. These would be raising up. Oh well, whatever. Lol. Die.
Oops.
Haha.
Where's the
Is there-
you'll die thing from? Oh, what's their names?
Ryan
Meatball.
Ryan and Shane from BuzzFeed Unsolved and more recently Watcher. You'll die. It's so funny. They have a show called Too Many Spirits where they get really drunk, spirits as an alcohol, and then read people's submitted scary stories, which are like fucking terrible. because like, you know, ghosts aren't real. But on top of that, it's like people who are like diehard ghost people who get scared of fucking anything. Like how Ryan Bergara's start of Ghosts Are Real thought is he was in an area that was supposed to be haunted and his fucking bag that had his toothpaste in it fell off of a rinky-dink counter where it was definitely gravity. He's like, that was when I knew ghosts were real. So they're all stories like that. And then out of nowhere, this guy comes in with a story that is like, also it's the end of the night, so they're sloshed. And he's like, when I was a child, I could swallow meatballs whole. At the start of the story. And it takes them all the way out immediately. It's so funny.
It's the fact that it just hard pivots as well. He's talking about spaghetti and the fact that he eats it Kirby style, and then just hard pivots into one night I was in bed and I woke up and there was a shadowy figure at the foot of it, and it's like, what does this have to do with spaghetti?
And then the ghost says,
yeah,
you'll die. And then they're just like, what does that have to do with it?
Yeah, he's like, so I figured that the figure at the end of my bed says, he looked at me, he said, You'll die. First of all, the way Ryan reads that is really funny. But second of all, you'll die. And he's like, I figured that the figure must be talking about how I ate my meatballs, so I ate meatballs like a regular person from that day on. They're like, what the hell is this? This is the greatest story ever.
Holy shit.
He said, you'll die. Gets me every time. It's so funny.
That also showed up in like Vixen's stream.
That's what we were quoting it.
I think that was actually in the guide.
Good.
You'll die.
God, that was so funny. You're just like,
Good.
touch the blue and it will feel good. Touch the orange and you'll die.
You'll die.
You'll die.
It's so fucking funny. I can't get over it. I love it.
Hello.
I need you guys to know that that is the first thing that comes up when you search Too Many Spirits, is Too Many Spirits meatballs.
Of course.
Because it's far and away the best thing that came out of Too Many Spirits. An otherwise completely unremarkable show.
I didn't mispronounce it.
You'll die.
Here, I'll put this in Piff's chat. I'll link to it.
Also, like, how this was written, it's so good. Because it also starts out with just like, when I was a wee child.
Yeah, it's... And, like, there's, like, a typo in the start. So I was like, when I was a wee child, I would swallow wheat ball whole. Like, it's, like, a little bit wrong. So it's so funny. I love it. Oh, god damn it. All right, fine.
How you doing, Oz?
Hi.
When you were a
Trying to
wee
get
child,
through this video.
did
I
you
just finished my stream,
did
and
you
it was a good chill time.
when you were a wee child, did you swallow a meatball whole?
Meatballs whole, like Kirby?
Yeah, Kirby style.
Kirby style. Poyo style.
It also must be said that swallow meatballs whole Kirby style is a great line. Like, it independent of everything else in that chunk.
I just opened it. The typo was, when I was a wee child, I have the ability to swallow meatballs. Holy shit.
I had the ability to. Was
I
given
have
to
the
me.
ability. God. God, shit like that makes me fucking... One of my favorite things I used to do with some of my friends is we would find,
Meatballs.
we would find old, like, fan fictions which were, like, poorly written and read them out loud together, but maintaining every single typo
Oh,
that
yeah,
we could.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that shit fucking kills me.
Dude, that shred hog.
It shreds hog,
Shreds
dude.
hog. Rips ass? What? No, what the fuck was it? Rips dick. There you go.
Holy shit.
Is that some Willism?
I don't remember where I found it from.
It
I don't
was
remember
from
either.
these two.
What? You're right. It was. It was from their mystery files. I don't remember which episode it was, but oh shit. Yeah, Shannon Ryan said like that shreds hog. That rips dick.
They're like so just zero emotion just saying these, and they just don't like acknowledge each other saying it at all.
No, not even a little bit.
It must just be like a thing that they like something they have just echolaliaed with each other that they just put in the show with no context at all. Yeah, Oz and I used to watch those guys all the fucking time. Not anymore.
I mean, it's Halloween time. I might be up to rewatch old shit or whatever.
I think the other one that I really like that Oz and I occasionally mention is there was a great fireball. I seen it.
Fireball! I've seen it!
So if you've never watched these, the format is that Ryan Bergara is a little fucking goofball who believes in anything you tell him immediately. And he like will host, he's like, I've done the research on this very strange event. And Shane Madej is a human with a brain who reacts correctly. And he's very funny. He's like, this is horse shit. So he'll be like, here are the accounts of this thing that happened. I think it was a woman spontaneously combusting.
In chat, I say! Yeah.
I say, someone spontaneously combusting in her house, and them being like, on the one witness said there was a fireball. I seen it, and she goes, you know it's reliable when your witness goes, I seen it.
I seen it.
Good
Fuck, I need a
theming.
jumper. I'll be right back.
Good theming. This
A jumper? What is that?
British word for sweater.
Oh, okay. We laughed him cold. Doody.
Needs to get cozy.
I've seen it.
I'm old man McGucket.
It's literally that though, like non-ironically. That's what it comes across as.
That story is like infinitely funnier because there's just like obvious like mob people coming in and just like, oh no, there was a fireball that happened. It just went straight through the window.
My favorite one is, it's like the mysterious house fire of some guy like he pissed off like a union or like some mob equivalent thing, and it's just like, and then on like reportedly in front of the whole family, the guy who pissed off the Teamsters, a random man walked up and went, I am going to set your house on fire. And Shane just goes, I think I know who did it. It's so fucking funny.
I've solved the puzzle.
It was an insurance salesman. That sounds right to me. It's so stupid. I seen it. I seen it will live in my head for the rest of my life. You know, I seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aloha.
Yes.
Yosh.
Yo.
Yosh.
What?
Whoa. Anybody in chat, in amongst our various chats that are collected here, anybody see the Northern Lights tonight or last night?
I want
We're
to see the
doing
Northern
stuff.
Lights one day.
Me too.
Savvy holding another soldier's hand in the trenches.
I'm the other soldier.
I seen it.
Unfortunately, we were not fluid enough to avoid the bullets.
Fluid.
I thought you were gonna say we were not fluid enough to avoid the draft.
That too.
The idea of like, I'm picturing like 1910's World War One, but Oz getting drafted into the war, you in like an oversized helmet is honestly such a funny image.
It's funny, but I look at that and I go, fuck, that's sad. Like, my ass is dead even before I get off the boat, dude.
You're dead as fuck, dude.
I'm dead as fuck. I'm gonna throw up while on the boat, and then, like, a seagull is gonna shit on me, and I'll get infected with dying disease, like...
You might legitimately be the first death in World War II, depending on when you were recruited.
Oh, man. Go down in history
World
for
War
that.
One? Fuck.
Two?
I would be dead as shit as well, but that's because I'm... Dude, I'm like there's so many places where I'm just like, yeah, I'm the artsy type, and I'm just like, which means I'm fucked if the war ever happens.
Category to talk about in brief.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
Theming.
Watcher.
This is perhaps...
Thank you for the follow.
Come in.
God, the children are playing today, and they're being very rambunctious and noisy. They all morning was them running around upstairs screaming, playing hide and seek, and like their tiny little feet just creating like earthquakes above me. And then they went outside and they played guns and swords. And then they started playing Spotlight, which made me very jealous. And now they're back in here and just thumpity dumpity dumping around.
Thumpity thump thump thumpity thump thump.
I've never heard of the game Guns and Swords. Who
Hang
won?
on. Hang on.
Place your bets. Is that that hang on an answer to your question and Oz is getting something? Or an Oz hang on where Oz remembered something existed and wants you to hang on for unrelated reasons?
My bets are on the ladder.
I don't know.
My bets are on the ladder. Me when I'm betting on hardware store stuff.
Shoots and
know.
ladders?
Give me a break.
What are you doing? You started this!
I'm telling that was addressed to me. You aren't involved in this, okay? Listen, the things I'm saying in this public call are between me and myself and no one else, okay?
You should see the other guy!
Get off my back, motherfucker! God.
Get off my lawn, you
Still
piece of
talking
shit.
to me.
Hoo-wee, jeez! Get out of here! Nobody wants you here! I'm sick of you! Why are you even promoting this presence with you? Jeez!
I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's Freakazoid, right?
Yeah. We're all having a great time until you showed up.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry for suddenly disappearing. There was a cat outside the window harassing Alucard and making him throw a fit.
Alright. You gotta answer my question?
One more time?
Oh,
You gonna answer my question?
I guess the answer is no, I won't answer your question. Sorry, bud.
It wasn't my question.
No
It
need
was
to-
Pip's.
No need to blow up about it.
I love. We started saying this. I say we. The last couple times Vixen and Lenti and I. Nope, those are the same two people.
Damn.
Vixen. Yeah, I'm literally reading right now. Nothing I say will be correct. Last time Vixen and Yam and I were hanging out, anytime, because they will bully me when they're together, which I do not deserve. I'm an angel. They
Who the fuck is this guy?
we started saying, anytime they'd bully me, I would go, what if I started crying tears of blood? It's like just an insane overreaction.
Da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na.
Like, how could you do this to me? What if I started crying tears of blood?
What if I exploded?
Yeah, like, it's that energy. What if I died right now? Would you feel bad about it? Like stupid bullshit.
Fucking. So, they were just trying to type tears of blood and got teats of blood.
Ugh.
No, I don't like that. I don't like
I don't
that.
like that at all.
Jesus fuck.
Come in.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, that is wild. Do.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Tits of blood is some devil man shit.
You're right.
Man, if ever there was a franchise like designed to just not be for me, it's Devil Man.
Devil man.
The interesting thing is, as well, you'd think that Devilman would be like, oh, like that's like a savvy one. It's like big horny, right? And it's got like some it's got like devils, and some like pretentious themes and shit. That sounds really savvy cool. And it just so
pretentious
isn't.
themes.
It just really isn't my thing.
It's gross. If you like gross shit, you might be into it.
Hmm.
What game has the weird demons coming out of the lady's nipples? I don't know about that, but there is a scene in Devilman where a woman's boobs rip open mouth-like to become demons.
Hmm.
So that's, that's that.
Yeah.
It's a good theme, sir.
It is.
It is. I agree. Except
Jesus Christ.
that is about the loudest I've heard them in like a couple years, honestly.
Yeah, because it's children literally playing like chase and tag right above my head.
Honestly, if it's like it being kids is a lot more forgivable than when it's like the fucking dog.
No, I'm entirely okay with it. Because the kids at least will tire themselves out, usually before 9 p.m.
Love the English dub on the first Devilman. Yeah, that's the best thing about it. Some of the manga panels from the original have the exact same
Funny.
energy as the dub. The my father died. Like they're just sitting in the car. That is also that's the origin of I'll soap. Let me no. Next time you're in the bath, I'll soap your tits for you. Wah hey.
Well, hey.
He says it fucking sucks.
Well, hey.
Great to talk about.
Who
in
says
brief.
what hey after something like
Devil Man.
Banjo. From Banjo.
Well, hey.
Banjo Kazooie saying that? God.
What hey. That was a good kazooie, Oz.
Thank you. It's one of my superpowers. Al, you're not going out there because I know your
It
dumb ass is gonna get in the
obviously
window and
good
try
when
and
an opening
get in a
illustrates it
fucking
shows
fight with
tone
that
and
white cat outside.
Oh,
It's not happening.
fuck. Wait, hang on.
I will not. I'm going to get food.
Okay. Okay, if you hate me. Okay. What's the fucking... the fucking... A latent guy
That guy really
prosciutto?
got you.
I don't know what it is, dude. He has the exact same energy as like Tutter in my brain, but that voice you gave him makes him immediately like ominous as fuck. What do you mean? He's so normal.
Good theming. This
I still can't get over how Jello somehow managed to save voice lines while
This is
simultaneously
perhaps-
dying of typhoid during that one fucking moment where you were like coughing the entire time.
Oh.
and you were, like, voicing that man.
Mr. Rockwell, what an incredible job.
God.
You had the lung toads
This
in full
is
effect.
perhaps-
Yeah, it was the lung toads that did it. God.
Oh man, I totally forgot about that one. What makes that notable to me is that it's a rare time I broke Austin. I don't usually manage that, so I was pretty proud of it.
Yeah, no, it got the high pitched Austin screech laugh.
Yeah, that.
Yay!
Oh dear.
Perhaps the. This is
I feel
perhaps the
like-
hardest category.
I don't know what my rarest laugh is, but I know one of the rare ones for me is where I start
This
laughing
is perhaps
and it
the
hits me
hardest
in
category.
waves, so you hear just massive
rev up.
waves of it like escalating with me until I'm like not breathing.
For me, I'm particularly fond of like the hyper high pitched hee 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 I do. Sometimes I have a clip of it when I do the ooh
Category
cookie.
to talk about in brief.
I hold up the
Yeah.
cookie on the webcam and you go ooh cookie and it
This
just
is perhaps the hardest
Yeah.
category to talk about in brief.
Yeah, that
Fucking,
one.
your fucking
Oh,
Muppet
dear.
ass laugh.
Good theming.
Nope, that needs to be higher up.
Good theming.
Too early still. Whoop.
Good theming.
oh my god.
You guys are gonna have a bad time if you're gonna keep doing that. Just letting you know.
Good theming.
Huh?
This
Not you.
is
Sense.
perhaps the hardest category to talk about in brief.
It's fine. It's okay.
Can't believe I went unpunished for that one.
I didn't actually hear you. Sorry.
This
I won't
is
repeat it.
perhaps the hardest
Chat,
category
get
to
him.
talk about.
What did he say? Chat. Chat, please. This is all I have.
Chat, what if I started crying and pooping blood tears?
I didn't say that!
Chat.
Oh shit.
This
Couldn't hear
is
over good
perhaps the
theming. My
hardest.
crimes will remain undiscovered.
This is perhaps the hardest category to talk about in brief.
They're having a barbell competition up there.
Who can drop the barbell the most?
Help.
I would love one day to go to a break room with some friends. You know, the ones where you just get like handed a bunch of shit that you could just smash.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fake thing that didn't actually exist.
No, those are real.
Oh my god.
This is perhaps the hardest category to talk about in brief. At a surface level,
Yeah, that looks nice. That's getting there. That's getting there. It kind of just hit me, the thing I've been making. And just been like, oh, I made this. Why did I do that?
Yeah, this looks really good.
Thanks. I'm spending so much time on each of these transitions. Oh, there's tinnitus in my ear now. Good visuals.
Get him out of there.
Bag credits. This is probably the least. This one actually does look pretty good. This is missing something. Yeah, here. Bag credits.
I have to get rid of my fucking food plate. Spare me.
It's him. It's my favorite boy.
My favorite boy, food plates.
No, it was Shirobomb.
I still can't believe that show got me the fucking cry, dude.
I
doubted you.
tell everyone.
I doubted you, and that show was fucking good, actually.
Mhm.
Goddamn.
Look, chat. Look, someone else who watched Bomberman Jetters. I am honestly gonna miss once I get that video out in 8 years. I do kind of love it whenever I mention Bomberman Jetters and everyone goes, "Oh, shut up." There's 2 of them. I watched it with Amy, Bo, Savvy, and Aloha, and everyone was like, "Yeah, the part of that show that is pretty good is very good." It could have been a 12-episode anime, and it's 50-something episodes. But hey,
What was the fucking bit where it was like And remember, if you ever meet a rice farmer, trust him implicitly.
I remember. My brother said something about this.
Shirobon, if you ever meet a rice farmer, trust them implicitly.
Oh shit.
That's so fucking funny. I love it. Okay. Yeah, but Bomberman Jetters is like a like a charming enough but pretty unremarkable kid show that has like a core plot going on that's like really unnecessarily excellent. And you only get that plot every couple episodes. But when it pops up, there, and like at the one of the big like twist reveal moments, there were at least 2 people who actually gasped out loud. So like it worked. Barman Jetters is a great 6 out of 10 series. That's fair. I won't deny that.
That's how you can tell. Like, look, if you are genuinely someone who likes something, if you are able to just be like, yeah, no, this isn't a 10 out of 10, but I love it.
It's
like, if you could just be like, yeah, this doesn't work in a lot of ways, but fuck it.
Barman Jetters is to Jello what Digimon is to Vixen. No, Barman Jetters is better than Digimon is. The Jetters. So the video I'm making is basically, hey, I know you're not gonna watch this. I get it. I understand. But you must believe me. I'm gonna tell you the part of this that I will never shut up about. And hopefully by the end, you'll be like, I get it. I understand. Because especially that last fucking episode, it is like one of my favorite single episodes of fucking anything. It's really good. You play literally like 10 seconds of the score of any of that episode and I start to cry. Jello, what if Vixen started crying tears of blood?
This is perhaps the hardest
like,
category to
"Damn,
talk about
acting
in
up again."
brief.
Yep. Meow. 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 Oh. Meow.
Die.
Die.
You die now.
You'll
Ooh,
die.
you know what I might. You'll die. What I think what I might do tomorrow to unwind a little is I might actually read some of the manga I've been collecting, because I buy manga and I'm like, I'll read this, and then I don't for ages, and then I do, and I'm like, that's all very good except for Bakemonogatari, which can fuck off.
I love how much you hated that. I love it when my friends hate things. It's so entertaining to hear them get mad about something that sucks.
It was especially like just a sour thing for me as well, because like I watched that fucking like the 2-part movie or whatever, the one that has the
This
fucking
is perhaps the hardest category to talk about.
Orion
in
Heart
brief.
Under Blade or
At a
whatever her name is. And like the big fight at the end where they're just fucking tearing up each other apart. And there was a lot of parts of those movies which was like very enjoyable, but there was also a lot of shit where I was just like, this is a bit weird or dumb or bad or horny in a bad way, and why are they talking like that? And I just thought, and in my head I thought like, well, people talk up the Monogatari series so much, then like clearly, like, that's just because of the adaptation of like that particular
No.
one, right? And so in my head, for this stupid of me, I know, but like I had like optimism about the idea of like Bakemonogatari and Monogatari in general.
About in
The
brief.
good, it must be
At
good
a surface level,
and considered good because the stuff that I thought was pretty good is the dominant thing. And I was so fucking wrong. And all the shit that I hated and sucked was actually the shit that people think is good about Monogatari.
good theming.
Oh,
What are you reading at the moment? Unsurprisingly, Chainsaw Man. I need to read volume 11 and 12 at the moment. I just got those. Or is it? Yeah, 11 and 12. I've got
Good
My Hero
theming.
Academia Vigilantes, which I've read the first couple volumes of, and is actually pretty promising.
Good theming.
I think I have up
This
to
is
volume
perhaps
8
the
to
hard-
read, and I think I've read like up to
This
2.
is perhaps the
Kaiju
hardest
number 8,
category
which
to
I
talk
have
about
read
in
the first
brief.
volume of, and I have up to 4 to read. Dorohedoro, which is the most impossible fucking series to get hold of physically, and it pisses me off because I fucking love Dorohedoro. I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 10. And the last one, which I'm particularly excited to keep reading, is Gachiakuta. That one is fucking kick-ass so far.
My music is.
Oh, and I have volume 1 of Undead Unluck. I haven't read it yet.
It's got a good opening song in the anime.
I'll keep an ear out for that when I open the first manga volume.
Good. Fuck you. I honestly felt very bad saying fuck you to you.
I'm not
It's like,
fine, don't worry.
Savvy is my friend. Like I didn't think, oh, Savvy will be upset. I was just like, how could I have done this?
I can't
How,
believe you've
I
done
can't
this.
believe you've done this.
What if I started crying tears of blood, Jello?
That's so funny. What if I started crying tears of blood? What would you do? Just with like the most overly serious, like, what if I started crying tears of blood? What the fuck would you do about it? What makes a good story motif? They thought about it. I don't know. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
What makes a good story? They use their brains.
It's too broad of a question.
Yeah, that's a pretty broad question.
It is a pretty broad question. Like, there's a lot of aspects to it, which is like,
Good
I'm not gonna
theming.
pretend that I'm like a writer, but I run a lot of games, so like, I have an idea of how to have a good motif. But like, Oz, you have something to say, so go ahead.
Consistency and contrast of the theme.
Hmm.
You should
Like, it's I know what you mean with that, because like consistency in particular, like you can have a theme. It's possible
Good
to have a theme
theming.
and have it just be
This
shit
is
in
perhaps the
execution,
hardest category
because
to
you
talk
did
about
the
in
equivalent
brief.
of putting it on the table, going, huh? And then
Oh.
taking it off the table.
Oh, here's a question for Oz and Oz alone. Would you consider Pandora Hearts having a good motif consistency?
Consistency? I don't know if I can answer that.
Good theming.
It's definitely got like
This
motifs
is perhaps
and
the hardest
themes
category
and
to talk
shit.
about in brief.
But I don't want to say they're consistent because they have a lot of characters and their like perspectives who are specifically there to like contradict those things, and I don't know, kind of yes and no. Yes.
There you have it, folks. Yes and no. Support us on Patreon.
For my money, with motifs, like you just gotta you gotta say something about the motif. You can't just like bring it in, gesture to it, and then escort it out. It's like
Yeah.
you gotta have it, do something with it, and like have a thing which
It
is
needs
said
to be,
about it.
It needs to be saturated into as many parts of your story, plot, characters as you can. Like even if it's like, even if by you doing that, it makes it very like, I don't know if the word is bold faced.
Obvious.
Yeah. If it feels like, if it's all right if it feels like they're hitting you over the head with a brick with it, if they do a good job of making it consistent throughout. Like you're able to look at okay, let me use Elden Ring as an example because it's kind of like really easy. So like Elden Ring has a lot of themes of like, you know, religious power structures and all of that shit, but one of the most consistent through lines of Elden Ring in its theming is motherhood, but specifically like bodily autonomy of people with wombs. So there's little bits and pieces all throughout Elden Ring where if you keep your eye out for it, you will notice like physical, artistic, design, and narrative through lines that
At a
kind of
surface level-
revolve around that idea. And it's Bloodborne too, especially, yes.
I want to see if you guys agree on this. Which of you watched the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio movie with me?
I did.
Okay. I would actually, even though I do think I didn't like it, but I do think it's a pretty good movie. I would actually say it does kind of a bad job of saying it has the theme of fatherhood everywhere, but I don't think it says anything about it anywhere.
About it, yeah.
Which is a little strange.
Talk about in brief. At a surface level, it is.
Ooh, that looks pretty cool.
A good, another good
theming.
example of like
This is perhaps
very
the
obvious
hardest category
theming
to talk about in brief.
to a point where
At
it
a
is not
surface level,
subtextual, it is textual. And I am stealing this. I am admittedly stealing this from Dan Olson a little bit, but Annihilation.
Ah, yes.
It's a very good cosmic horror story, but it is not spoilers by any means to like be like the theme is grief and loss. Like it's so apparent, but it's not like that doesn't make it bad. It's a pretty damn good movie. And but if you want to see like how to handle a theme very like efficiently, effectively, and obviously, I would say Annihilation is a really good watch for that.
Though I don't know, because that movie itself, if you don't know that grief is one of the core themes going into it, you might get distracted by just how fucking weird everything is and trying to apply like logic to it. Like I get what you're saying and I agree as well, but I feel like if you're not aware that that's a thing going into it, I think you'd get lost in the sauce.
So it's funny you say that because that is
Good
pretty much the
theming.
crux of Dan Olson's video.
This is perhaps the hardest
is people not understanding, people basically blowing past the idea of the movie and its themes because they're too caught up in like, oh, but what if the aliens? You know?
I fully thought you were gonna end that at oh, but what? Is Amy cooking something? Oh, right. I can't show you guys this.
It's what Matt
Chat
did
can
with
see your
Slade
windows,
Apprentice.
Jello.
I know. That's why I reacted and removed it off the window.
Oh.
I I am not surprised that Matt Pat did not did not see the point of Slay the Princess.
I should probably check out Slay the Princess, but I'm also like, that'd take a long time.
Oh, yeah,
It does
speaking of
take-
things we
Yeah.
need to check out, Oz, I'm listening to the Little Goody Two Shoes soundtrack.
Oh, I'm not listening to it. I've been like avoiding it because I want to experience it in the game.
Jello, if you ever decide to go with that game recommendation I gave you, please let me know. I would love to be there for that.
Which one?
Mouth washing.
Ah, yes.
I actually don't remember you recommending that. Did you explain what it was? I don't remember it
Yes,
by
I
name.
messaged you about it and you pinned it.
Oh, okay. That's why I pin stuff. because nope, I won't remember.
But yeah, Slay the Princess is very long. Very good though. Fleecy and I spent a couple of nights playing that at one point,
Oh, I haven't.
and it's very good.
I have not heard Fleecy's name in many a moon. Actually, come to think of it.
Fleecy cool. Fleecy, my good best friend.
Buddy.
We have movie nights together with
We
Oz.
have movie nights. It's great. I love movie nights.
Movie nights is very good. It is one of my favorite events.
Yes. When is our next movie night? Do you know if it
I
is
don't
this
know.
week?
We should do one. this week.
Zapone.
Oh, you're right. Zapone.
I wish Oz and I had good times watching stuff. We just watch really shitty crime drama about angry men who hate their wives.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Dude, what the fuck?
This
It's been
is
really nice
perhaps the
watching,
hardest
like-
category to talk about in brief. At a
Just
surface
watching fucking old action movies.
Just
Like-
turn your brain off action movies.
Yeah, like they don't. I hate to fucking sound.
They don't make them like this anymore.
Yeah, they don't make them like they used to. Shit like Terminator and Predator and shit. Like that shit's it's so fucking fun, dude.
I think funny is the word, yeah.
You know there's good murder mysteries, right? Name 50.
Name 5. Yes, we love Knives Out. Moving on.
I don't think I could name 5, if I'm being honest.
I enjoyed... Oh, wait, hang on. Is this just my train bias speaking? I was gonna say I enjoyed the Murder on the Orient Express, but... I don't know if I did.
I read that for the first time ever pretty recently, and I actually don't like that one, and I like Agatha Christie. I don't like that one because you can't solve it. You can't solve it. It, like, every piece of information is just Hercule Poirot going, "Oh, I read this in the newspaper 2 weeks ago. Ho ho ho." And it's like, what the fuck? You can't do that shit.
Some of Miss Marple is good. It has a special place in my heart.
I want to like Miss Marple. I don't remember what it was called. There was a Miss Marple book I read that didn't start as a Miss Marple book, and it was like two locals dealing with this like murder mystery conspiracy, and that was like way out of their league, and they were like, what the fuck do we do? And they were like making a bunch of progress, and then like 85% of the way through the book, Miss Marple shows up and solves it and leaves, and they're like, oh. They're like pissed
Now,
off.
chat. Did Miss Murder...
Miss
Jesus
Murder!
Christ. Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries, I love it a lot. It's not incredible. I love it. It's very stylish and silly and cute, but like in terms of actual quality, it's just kind of popcorn.
It has the vibes all the way.
I
but
really enjoyed it when I watched it. Like I had a very, very good time with it, but it's one of those shows that it like when you think about it under like any kind of scrutiny, you're like, this is too silly. Never mind.
Miss Murdera is a fucking ace attorney.
Yeah, it is. Geronimo Stilton. All right, we got a winner in chat. Actually, hang on.
anyone a fan of Hermux Tantamok, the mystery-solving mouse?
Why? Okay, real question here.
What's your fucking
Why
problem?
is like, what's your fuck? You know, why is every murder mystery got a name like Glup Shitto or some shit?
Listen, the characters have to be named as if they're gonna be cheese. Like it's.
Oh, Detective Shitto. Please call me Glop.
Oh please, call me Glub.
It's way funnier if it's like a fucking. Oh God, who are those? One of these actresses just died. Who played McGonagall in Harry Potter? The Maggie Wilson. Is that her name?
Yeah,
Something.
I think so.
Yeah, but that type of woman play. I'm Glup Shitto. Maggie Smith.
Maggie Smith, thank you.
Glup Shitto. I would lose my mind. Glup Shitto.
Oh heavens me!
Oh, heavens.
Lord Baron Shitto's husband has died. I don't know.
Seems he's been disemboweled from the inside.
Like, it needs to be totally played straight. No one reacts to her name being Glup Shitto the whole time. And then after, like, the parlor reveal and everyone's going their separate ways, she, like, tips her Mary Poppins hat and gets on a train. And then one of the porters to the other, she, that bitch's name was Glup Shitto. And then it cuts to credit.
And then a Star Wars spaceship takes them home. God.
Oh my god.
Glup Shitto is so fun.
I'm surprised you've not heard Glup Shitto.
I have. That was just the best usage of that name.
Because it is! Everyone's got a fucking name like Glup Shitto in these fucking things, dude.
I'm still laughing about it.
Still having a good time.
I love the thing that was pointed out on that Tumblr post as well of just like detective murder mysteries like Knives Out and Sherlock Holmes are inherently like unrealistic and like something that you need to go into with suspension of disbelief because the premise of a world-renowned detective is just not a real thing.
No, what are you talking about? Professor Late is right there.
I'm not a
He's
detective.
real.
I'm an archaeologist who likes to fuck around and find out.
Then those
I suppose that's true.
Oh, Jello, I saw you had a clip from Name That Tune. I've just been reminded of when I was just auto-typing and entering Naruto for every fucking instance that I didn't know.
It didn't
God.
not work.
It got me a point. Eventually, it
Good
was Naruto.
Naruto is inevitable.
Believe
Like
it.
the heat death of
Good
the universe
theming.
and carcinization of
This
species.
is perhaps the hardest category to talk about
Boruto's
in
dad.
brief. At a surface
Oh, that looks so good. That was so much work, but
Aw.
that looks really, really nice.
good theming. This is perhaps the hardest category to talk about in brief.
Oh.
At a surface level,
What are
it
you
is
talking
obviously
about?
good when an opening illustrates
World-renowned
it shows
detectives
tone.
are real. Harrington Spimbley didn't fake.
Isn't it faker? Harito Spimbly.
Harrington Spimbley. That's fucking H-bomber guy's one, isn't it? Yeah.
Obviously good. Obviously good when an it is obviously
I'm gonna be doing something Monday for the most part. I'm gonna be playing
Obviously.
on Savinus demos. And I put that onto the schedule, and they're like, "Great. What would you like the image to be?" And my brain shut down. So help. What would the image be for demos?
A disc.
to make
Disc,
allusion to the
yeah.
wider
I was
world.
thinking of like the insert disc into your Xbox menu.
Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. I need to go make Amy dinner. And
Look at this fucking wife guy over here.
Look at this house husband.
I'm learning how to make salmon. Salmon.
I recommend
yeah.
baking, but you may do all of the things.
I'm gonna do it in a pan. I do it in a cast iron
Hell
pan.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
I end the stream first.